And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use.
I apologize, everybody. I think I had the entire theme song muted. So if you were just sitting there watching me with no music, I'm going to restart the theme. I'm going to have to play a different theme so we don't have to listen to the same one again. So let's go ahead and start that over. Again, I apologize.
from the beginning. And I was shown.
God, I have such slippery fingers today. I accidentally stopped this theme song on the second go around and started playing the first one. Okay, let's just play the first one.
That Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? I do apologize for the technical difficulties at the start of the show. I'm extremely excited about this episode. We're still in October, or as I like to call it, Shocktober. What can I say? A little bit of nervous energy, fumbling around. I accidentally played the theme song twice. It took us a whole 5 minutes just to get through the intro. But I digress. Today's date is Friday, October 13th. Yes, it is October 13th. And because this is a very special date for the truth community, for the historical community, for for society in general, we are bringing you a very special show. Today's guest is none other than William Ramsey. Attorney, author, and researcher William Ramsey is a graduate of the University of California, Berkeley, with a degree in history. Mr. Ramsey also has a JD and is a member of the State Bar of California. He has written Prophet of Evil, Aleister Crowley, 9/11 and the New World Order, Abomination, Devil Worship and Deception, and the West Memphis 3 Murders, and Children of the Beast, Aleister Crowley's Shadow over Humanity. William Ramsey also made 2 documentaries, Occult Hollywood Volume 1 and Prophet of Evil, Aleister Crowley, 9/11 and the New World Order. And also, he's been on this show before, so definitely a friend of the show. Somebody that is not afraid to go deep, somebody that's not afraid to face the occult, to face the darkness, to face evil head on, something that I think we all admire about him. Getting a little clipping going on. Turn my mic down a little bit. Sorry about that. And remember to stay tuned after the interview. We've got a lot of news to talk about, a lot of things happening in the world, a lot of scary stuff, possibly tied into end times revelations. So you're going to want to stick around. Also, don't forget to go to endofdaysradio.com for an updated guest list. From there, you can grab my email. That's daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have guest recommendations, comments, complaints, slanders, whatever you want to throw at me, I'd be more than happy to read it on air. Or if you'd like to be a guest on this show yourself, if you think you have something unique and interesting to offer, remember, this is the show where we want the truth, and that doesn't matter who that truth comes from. We've gotten some pretty good information from people that I've never heard of before, and I think that's awesome. So if you think you have something to contribute, by all means, reach out. And from there, you can also donate to End of Days Radio. You can donate through PayPal or through Bitcoin. But hey, enough wasting time. What's this? From our buddy Clint Aestwood. I'm listening so I can ask good questions later. I got to get a car title off my friend, then I'll be logging into the room thingy. Laugh out comments, complaints, slanders. Okay, thank you, Clint. I look forward to getting some questions from you later on. But let's stop wasting time jibber-jabbering, and let's go ahead and bring on our guest. Hello.
Daniel, how are you?
Doing good. You sound pretty good.
Good. I got a new mic.
All right. Yeah, you sound nice and deep and
I think
full
it's
spectrum.
The room I'm in has a nice echo.
Got some excellent acoustics.
Our first show was in August 2016. Can you believe it?
Oh my God. That's
So
7
long
years ago.
Yeah.
I've been at this way too long.
Thanks for the invite. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been a long time and things have changed. I see you yourself have started a very interesting podcast.
Yeah, I've kind of turned into a podcast. My podcast is in the top 0.5%, top 15,000 podcasts in the world right now. It's based off of all my research. William Ramsey Investigates is what it's called. And I just published a new book. I actually have 5 books and 5 documentaries. I have to update my bio on Amazon. So my new book is called Smiley Face Killers: Investigating Suspicious Water Deaths of College-Age Young Men in the U.S. and the world, and covers over 300 weird, strange water deaths of young men, some up in your neck of the woods. There was actually one associated with the Moscow 4, if you're familiar with that whole situation with those 4 college students who were murdered at the University of Idaho. There was one case associated with them. But yeah, that's my new book. It came out within a month.
Interesting. Yeah, and it looks like we also missed another one. That would be the Global Death Cult, the Order of Nine Angles book.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to talk about tonight. That was from 2 years ago.
Definitely. I did want to touch on that, but I'd like to talk about your newest book as well. We did, I believe that was the last time you were on, we covered the smiley face killers a bit, and boy, that was one scary episode, I gotta admit. Kind of left me quaking.
Yeah, it's a scary thing. I've studied over 370 cases. I actually have 370 cases since in the last 25 years in the U.S. and all over the world. So I think I covered a lot of territory on that book. And so it's like 400 pages. The book itself, not the Kindle version, is over 400 pages. So there's a lot of research in there.
And you're also an avid researcher of none other than Aleister Crowley.
That's right. That was my first book, was Prophet of Evil. It was essentially a biography of Aleister Crowley.
And then there was Abomination, about the West Memphis 3. That was a very hot topic.
Yeah. I had some opinions on that case that were not very popular. So that brought me a lot of calumny, so to speak, slander, as you said.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of controversy relating to. I mean, the whole thing was controversial.
No doubt.
Were these?
It still is. It still is, really.
Yeah, and it brings up the topic of, like, this dark Gothic imagery. Dark imagery in general. I feel like it's very popular. You have a lot of movies on stuff on Netflix, on all these streaming services. Like, there's 3 movies about exorcism, probably more than that, released in the last year. It seems there's always a healthy appetite for darkness out there.
No doubt. The new Star Wars has like witch themes and things like that. The new guy Filoni is like, his wife is into the occult. So occultism seems to be becoming the predominant kind of world vision, I think. So I think, it's interesting that a lot of people haven't tried to look into it or study it as much as I have, because I just see it just like you. I see it in the common culture. It's all over the place. The symbolism, even the smiley faces too, they're all over the place.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that probably bothered me the most about the whole smiley face killer thing is, A, these are murderers. B, there seems to be money behind them. C, it seems to be a gang of some kind. Not only a gang, but a gang that's affiliated with the overall network of, I don't know. Everybody seems to have their own way of describing this stuff. New World Order, 13 Families, Illuminati. Some people just call it the underworld. There's many different descriptions, but to think that anybody would be getting a free pass to kill from this organization, not only is that terrifying, but I feel, at least my experience since I talked to you that time, it shined a lot more light on this world for me. The world of gangs, the world of these gangs actually being sponsored by something far more nefarious. It made me question other organizations like the Italian Mafia or the Chinese Triads, both which I feel are likewise tied to this, overall all-encompassing New World Order, tied to secret societies and tied to governments. And there seems to be some kind of world shadow government out there where things are kind of dictated behind the scenes, and to a lot of everyday people, it doesn't really seem possible. It seems like, you always hear things like, oh, somebody would talk, somebody would say something. Not necessarily, not when they're threatening your family.
Right, or you make a secret oath to be quiet, right? You always make the sign of silence. You're initiated. Those are all secret oaths and things like that. So people who are not in that world find it hard to believe. I found it hard to believe. But then I kind of researched everything, and there's clearly just tons of overlapping different secret societies, secret orders, So they're there, and a lot of those people are covet power, they covet money, they covet status. So they kind of know each other. I think they know their ideas and symbols and things like that. So yeah, once you kind of research it, it all kind of comes into view. And I mean, it's all House of the Temple, Bohemian Grove, the Skull and Bones, all these secret societies in Yale and elite secret societies are all over the place, secret clubs.
Yeah, definitely. And to see how deeply they're tied into our own history is very interesting as well.
Even like Hunter Biden is in the news, but he was in a secret club in LA. The guy who founded that club said he was modeling it on Eyes Wide Shut. He wanted to literally make an Eyes Wide Shut secret society based on weird sex magic and masks and stuff like that from Venetian nobility. And Hunter Biden actually got kicked out of it. So some of that stuff is really on the surface. It gets reported, but people overlook it or they don't. The importance of it doesn't impact them. They don't see it. But a lot of that's how kind of power networks work, is through these kind of secret arrangements, secret friendships, secret groups, and things like that.
I find that hilarious that Hunter's not even welcome within a secret society full of perverts and freaks. They didn't want him. You're sorry.
It is kind of funny. Yeah, you're right.
You're too messed up for us, buddy.
Yeah. No, it's real. I mean,
the whole Hunter Biden thing in general is just, it blows my mind. You know, it's the son of the president. He's doing some of the most atrocious things I could ever see. And I've questioned whether the whole thing could be kind of like a psyop or something. You know, they're putting this stuff out there, but kind of purposely not going after him like they should. You know, kind of like how it often seems like a lot of this pedophilia stuff is put out there so that we can see it. I kind of had that feeling about Pizzagate. Like, is this something that we're actually meant to see so they can in turn tell us or show us how stupid we are for believing it?
I think that's kind of the point of like the secret society thing, is that it's a monopolization of information and these networks. And so it's kind of inside poker or something like that, where they're cheating the people who don't have the contacts and things like that. So the mockery part, I think, is the wink and the nod part is actually part of it. And I just sent you like the link to the story about Hunter Biden.
Here we go. Horn Dog Hunter Biden. I got it up on the screen for anybody that's watching the video version of the show. Horn Dog Hunter Biden grabbed women's blank, grabbing their rear end specifically, and acted like a spoiled child inside 10K secret sex club. So this guy was too wild even for a sex club. You know, various pictures of Hunter.
It's called Sanctum, and the acronym is SNCTM.
This is reminiscent of the Hellfire Club.
Yes, absolutely.
So they have not given it a rest. They're still doing the same things that they were doing all throughout history, meeting together, using sex magic, probably worshiping Satan, other pagan deities that we are apt to understand.
But that's what happens even in the Old Testament. Yahweh, or the God of the Old Testament, is always railing against the Israelis for going off to these other gods. And those temples, a lot of those other temples, there was all kinds of occult things going on. Child sacrifice, there were temple prostitutes and ritual magic and things like that. So it's just a part of human history. Something about it has been, expurgated or taken out of our common understanding, but it's always been around. Even Crowley's a perfect example, a guy who was involved with mostly elites most of his life. So those elites were hanging out with Crowley and doing all those kind of unspeakable acts and things like that.
Yeah, and that makes me think of a question I wanted to ask you. There was a pretty big movie that came out not too long ago called The Sound of Freedom. And it's kind of showing how much the mainstream has started to take to some of these ideas. I'm sure. I've seen a lot of people refuting it, online and whatnot. But incredible that they'd actually make a movie about this stuff. To me, I'd never seen anything like that before, besides maybe Eyes Wide Shut and a few other of these flicks.
I agree, and I think a lot of people hesitated to play that show. They had trouble financing it, had trouble distributing it because it was too sensitive. Because that trafficking really is happening. There's tons of trafficking in this open border that we have. So people who aren't involved in it may not even believe it, but people involved, it's just massive sex and organ trafficking and things like that are underneath the surface. But yeah, it's a huge industry. The sex industry is big as the drug industry. So we hear about the drug industry, but the sex industry is also a multi-billion-dollar global industry. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely. So I wanted to get into the Order of Nine Angles a little bit. I personally have been fascinated with this topic for a while, and when I saw that you were writing a book about this and going on various podcasts and stuff, I kind of got excited because there really aren't, I mean, at least from what I know, too many researchers looking into this. And this is a global organization, right?
No doubt. And that's kind of what it's interesting is differentiated maybe from other secret societies. There were other societies, maybe the Masons or international, but this one seemed to have really got its liftoff from the internet. And it's a fairly recent group. I mean, they clearly have integrated other occult ideas from past organizations, Crowley and Aquino. So they know a lot. The people who codified this group knew a lot about that, but it's fairly recent. Like the whole corpus really, they started writing it in the 80s, but then it kind of grew and grew. And then there were a bunch of like horrible events, murders, and groups that had these Order of Nine Angles ideas in it. And that's really what caught my eye. And nobody had really, before I wrote my book, to my knowledge, had tried to make it easily digestible and try to make it, put together a book that's readable or tried to be readable of the kind of ideas and esoteric ideas. I mean, it's a very strange group because it's occultism, but also neo-Nazism. So it's kind of this weird syncretization or mixing of these two currents, kind of ugly, probably the ugliest currents in human history, recent 20th century history, together. So that kind of what fascinated me. I didn't know much about it, and people had sent me stuff through social media like, hey, you should check into the O9A. And I said, I don't even know what that is. And then somebody reached out to me. His name was Igor Sarsky. He said, hey, really look into this. And I started reading it. And I was like, whoa, this like overlaps with the smiley face killing type stuff. These ideas are strange. They talk about human sacrifice. They've been in contact with the Temple of Set, Michael Aquino's group. And so I
had no idea that these two groups were related or intersecting at all. That's terrifying.
Yeah, there's a whole chapter in my book. I think it's let's see, what chapter is it? It's the Satanic Letters chapter. It's the 3rd chapter where they're literally writing each other. They know each other. They have members who are going out to visit with one another. The supposed founder of the Order of Nine Angles is a guy by the name of David Myatt who writes under different pseudonyms. But he was like writing and communicating, and Michael Aquino would send stuff to him in his letterhead, and then he published it. So it's readily available online. So all I did was kind of read through it. And it's kind of an important thing. I think it's important because it shows how these kind of underground groups are thinking about each other and communicating and kind of competing. And so their ideas are different. And really, Myatt sees himself as a much more authentic occultist than Aquino, who he thinks is kind of like integrated these kind of Egyptian ideas and things like that. But
he broke off from Anton LaVey, who was the founder of the Church of Satan, and he had a problem with LaVey's massive ego. He said it was kind of overshadowing the purpose of the group. And what kind of fascinated me was the fact that Aquino's own daughter broke off from her father's influence and joined up with Aquino and became a member of his church, perhaps out of rebellion. And I remember she was on I don't remember, I saw it on YouTube, but she was on, I think it was Sally Jesse Raphael or one of those old 90s talk shows that were popular at the time. And
Aquino was on there too. Aquino was on one of those talk shows too, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that's right. I got to look that up.
Yeah.
He has
online. They're online. I think he was on either Geraldo or Donahue or something like that.
Yeah, and she was Xena, Anton LaVey's daughter. She was kind of talking about what they do. She had her husband on there, and he was talking about how he's a werewolf and stuff like this. And watching this back in the 90s, you just think, man, what a bunch of crazy people! Like they're just lost in fantasy, and they're playing these games like Dungeons and Dragons. But here I'm looking at it, here in the 2020s as a middle-aged adult, and it has such more of an impact on me because I understand the reality of this stuff. And for those that don't understand that it's has a reality behind it, at least understand that so many important and prominent figures, politicians, military, etc., are involved in this stuff. So if that doesn't make it matter to you, then at least that should make it matter to you, is what I'm trying to say.
Right, like we may think that it's a caricature or funny, but I think some of these guys take themselves very seriously. Like there's obviously fair weather people in any kind of religious group, but some of those core people, they really believe in it. And they're networked with a group of people. Like it's unbelievable. Like I think that the Church of Satan, Richard Rodriguez, who was called the Night Stalker serial killer, was a member. Like he had been up into California talking with LaVey or somebody in LaVey's group, and he'd go around murdering people. So, and he was an outright Satanist. Like he would put pentagrams on and do sex magic at places where he committed his crimes. And really, like he was 100% that way. It wasn't like that was his religion. So everybody has different ones. The thing about these kind of groups is these are very hurtful kind of, they don't respect human life. And so I think that's why it's important to understand and see that, because they may attract fellow travelers who have that similar outlook.
Exactly. It's sad that some people can come under the influence of this. I have to think of a lot of the music scene, things like that. I know that, like me, I like heavy metal music. I like the imagery associated and stuff like that. But past few years, I've been kind of coming to understand that there is a major kind of evil influence in this stuff, like the early rock music, the stuff about playing the stuff backwards, or guys like Jimmy Page being obsessed with Aleister Crowley, buying the castle or the mansion or whatever on the lock, things like this.
Bullskin Manor,
yeah. And Jimmy Page himself rumor has it he was dating a 14-year-old.
I don't think that's a rumor. I think that's going to be verified. A 14 or 15-year-old girl. Forgot what her name was. She was a groupie, but yeah, that's verified.
Yeah, exactly. And Crowley was, I'm not sure how you feel about it, but from what I've read, he's a pedophile.
Yeah, I think that in his own writings, he is admitted to pedophilia. Yeah.
Yeah, in his diaries.
Yeah. It's the magical record of the Beast 666. So it's his own magical record. He writes about it. So you can find that out if you really want. I forgot the page, but yeah, it's in my social media. It's really pretty rough to read. He also talks about eating excrement, bot blood, all that stuff, like really horrible stuff. Yeah.
And they still do that in the OTO, by the way.
No doubt. It's part of the Cakes of Light are part of their religion. And I think there was a picture of like Marina Abramovich who's in the news. She was going to go teach the kids of the Ukraine. Like there's a picture of her with the Cake of Light, which has bodily fluids. And she did the whole spirit cooking thing, like blood and ritual blood and weird statements and writing in blood. So she's I call her a New World Order witch. And if you want to see her have a really bad day, go check out Ed Sheeran's song video for Bad Habits. It's like a full layout. You don't even have to read my book. You can just watch his video. It's basically inculcates all of the ideology of the Order of Nine Angles, and it has 500 million views on YouTube alone. It was an international hit, right? So it was on like national high top 10 lists all over the world. And it also shows how powerful music is in culture creation and cultural sending, expression. And I think that Ed Sheeran is really one of the most successful purveyors or proponents of these occult ideas. It's incredible. Go watch Bad Habits. It's literally a group of guys going out at night like vampires, stalking the subhumans like a vampire, taking their lives. He goes through a whole smiley face balloon sequence. He's upside down like a bat, so he's almost like a blood-sucking bat. And then he goes in the morning, the sun comes up, and he's back to himself. And that's right out of the ONA's ideas of presencing and things like that. yeah, it's really something else. And like I said, that's just huge reach. Like, I wish I had 5,000 views on some of my stuff. Think about like 500 million. It's off the charts. And a lot of those people don't know really what they're reading, but they're being like subtly, secretly initiated into the ideas, because as they see things, other things, oh yeah, that was in Ed Sheeran's video. I saw that. Oh yeah, that's what he meant. You know?
Yeah, I've come to understand that, for example, the things that Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan were teaching is actually a very strong form of mind control. They take this atheistic way of thinking that a lot of young people kind of are already in line with, and they use that to segue into this world of evil imagery and dark symbolism, even ritual magic. And these people that are young people that are atheists are getting in circles and practicing ritual magic despite the fact that they don't believe in ritual magic. That's incredible that they could get these people to do that. I mean, they're kind of stupid, but look what they're getting them to do. That amazes me.
It's incredible. It's incredible. When I was reading through kind of the Church of Satan and Marilyn Manson, who was like seen in the company of LaVey, one of the things that was interesting is that in LaVey's bookshelf, there were all kinds of books on mind control. So this whole mind control theme, and I've seen it repeated through the kind of occult literature, is that these people are interested in hypnotism and mind control and having power over people. So instead of like persuading people to do stuff or convincing them, they are into like manipulating their minds and stuff like that. So LaVey definitely had those. He definitely had those kind of books and that mentality. Yeah, no question.
There's been a couple of people that I've kind of met through doing the show and networking and stuff like that either were in the Order of Nine Angles or they claim to be. One a popular guest on various podcasts, E.A. Coedding. He says he was in the Order
of Nine Angles, right? Yeah.
Yeah, O-N-A.
O9A or whatever you can say it shortening.
Yeah, O9A. That's another way you could put it. And he later broke off from the group. And another guy was a gentleman that I just kind of met over social media, and one of the more darker individuals I've talked to, and he had told me that the Order of Nine Angles isn't necessarily something you sit down with a group and participate on. A lot of it's like they have these books circulating around that are from their group that enables you to kind of join up with them without like actually physically being there with them. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, they have a name for it, like people who don't even go through the initiatory process. So it's kind of like an open-ended thing. Like, here's our ideas. You can do whatever you want with them. Yeah. What was the guy's name?
He's somebody I actually had on this show, but we had kind of a falling out. So I don't want to like reintroduce him into this world.
Maybe you can send it to me offline. I can tell you my E.A. Coedding story. Do you want to hear my E.A. Coedding story?
I absolutely would.
When I was first starting, so I wrote Prophet of Evil, and I was going like, hey, I'm trying to promote my book. So I sent it out. I was on a show called Truth Frequency. Have you heard of Truth Frequency?
I believe I've come across it.
You probably come across it. It's a guy and his wife. I forgot their names offhand, but I remember. Anyway, they ambushed me with a guy who was a secret guy, and the guy was E.A. Coedding. So they didn't tell me when I was on the show, hey, we're going to have somebody else on there. I don't mind debating it. It's fine. I don't, this isn't something offensive to me, but it would be nice to just have pre-planning. Like, I don't need to be ambushed. Like, we're all adults here. Anyway, they brought him on, and we kind of talked a little bit. I was enervated is a way to put it. So that was interesting. That was in 2010. Well, guess what? So I'm researching a lot of stuff. He's been writing. Apparently, when he was in the group, he wrote something called Bolg, Be Your Own God, or Become a Living God, BOLG. And kind of a satanic idea where you're your God. You stand in the place of God. There's no God but man. And he had a kind of a website, and he sold stuff. Like, he was kind of like a guy who, like Andrew Tate of the occult world in a way. Like, he was giving advice and stuff like that. And he also wrote for some of the stuff. There's a group called the Temple of Blood. And my understanding, I don't have confirmation, is that Coedding wrote under an assumed name for this group. That is a became an FBI front and was in the news within the last couple of years.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a long story. It's all kind of laid out in my book. The short thing is that the Order of Nine Angles ideas infiltrated American Nazism under Atomwaffen. And these guys were getting these ideas from the Temple of Blood, which was putting out pamphlets and literature of the ONA. And it turns out, allegedly, well, one of the defense attorneys for one of these guys who was arrested by the federal government said, hey, this should be thrown out of jail court because the informant is a paid informant of the FBI and has been since 2004. And it still didn't influence the case. They still convicted these guys. But E.A. Koetting was apparently, according to the information that I have, it's a bit murky. He was involved in the Temple of Blood, which became a Fed front. Like, it got turned. It wasn't originally like that, is my understanding. But then there was a young man who really just got sentenced this year. His name was Daniel Hussein, but his name Daniel was spelled funny. Danyal Hussein, who was posting, according to one journalist, this is all verified and real. He was posting on the Bolg site, right? And he was talking, and he wanted to. In the UK, they ended up calling him the lottery killer because he wanted to have a blood oath with a demon to win the lottery. And so he was going to go out into a park in northwest London and commit a sacrifice and get away with it, right? So this is very ONA kind of ideas where you're supposed to do horrible things but not get caught. So he decides, and there were questions in the court whether Daniel was fully competent or 100% sane. And that's kind of what led to the delay in his sentencing, is my understanding. So Daniel decides to go out into some park, and two women who were celebrating their birthday, he knifed them to death. And it was all over the news in the UK as the lottery killer, because he thought that this was going to get him the benefit of his demons. And there was some kind of one demon's name that he signed in blood, and you can see it online. Daniel Hussein, Danyal Hussein. I forgot the demon, but like there's a part of E.A. Koetting saying, this is the top demon, this is who you want to talk to. And they went to Daniel Hussein, arrested him. There's video of him getting arrested. And in his house, he had all kinds of occult accoutrements, like symbols and sigils of demons and all this stuff. And so it shows that these ideas have real world consequences. And that's what I kind of wrote about in the Order of Nine Angles, because I include like 5 cases worldwide where these people who've been inspired by this ideology have gone out and committed crimes, killed their girlfriend's parents, killed their friends, killed innocent people. And Daniel Hussein was one of them, but that's my E.A. Koetting story. And I think he got kicked off of social media. I don't know if he's been arrested or what, but he incurred some consequences from this whole Daniel. Yeah, Lucifuge. Yeah, that's exactly right. There was some other name. No, it was some other name to Percival Lucifer Fuge or something like that. But yeah, that was E.A. Koetting. So that was within the last couple of years, this whole Daniel Hussein situation in the UK. And it shows the global nature, right? So the title of my book is Global Death Cult. So it shows how a guy, E.A. Koetting in, I think, Utah, can set up and influence some guy to do heinous deeds in the UK. And these two women, they're just like in the prime of their life, having fun, celebrating in some park, and some maniac comes out and does horrible things. It's terrible. It's a terrible story.
Yeah, definitely. It's very shocking. It does seem that these people that choose to indulge and involve themselves with demons, I mean, I guess you could say it's kind of like the classic story of the Exorcist. He starts off saying he's Captain Jack. Things seem light. They seem fun. So-and-so has an imaginary friend. Next thing you know, it's trying to instruct an individual to kill another person or something like that. It seems that these demonic beings are every bit as bad as the old books portray. They have nothing. They have no good purpose, is what I'm trying to say.
Purpose. Whoever was listening to the stream, he was right. It was Lucifuge Rafocal. Thank you, Maddie. You're right. But there's let me see if I can pull up the whole thing where Daniel had his kind of like signing in blood thing, you know. Or, oh, here it is. Let me see if I can find this. There we go. I'm going to send you the link right now. Maybe you can show where like he literally made some blood oath.
Oh, I got to show this one first. The Wikipedia page you just sent me. Let's see here. There we go. Murders of Bibba Henry and Nicole Smallman. Wow.
Yeah. When was that? It was
just in 2020.
Yeah, it's not that far away. Not that long ago.
Has a little bit of a racism element to it.
Which would be kind of fit right in with the ONA ideas.
Oh, yep. It looks like EA's name is in there. That's not good publicity for him, boy.
Yeah, he's around. He's in there.
Yeah.
It's weird too, like to talk with that guy and then he pops up in the news 10 years later.
Yeah, exactly. He had a pretty big YouTube channel. You know, there's a lot of interesting content on there, but I think because of some of this bad publicity he's been getting, he had to. They just wiped it all out. Actually,
yeah, it doesn't seem to be on there anymore.
I'm gonna bring up this other one. Let's see here. Here we go. Wembley Park stabbings. There we go. Oh, yep. CCTV footage. There's not a whole lot you can do in the UK without being picked up on CCTV, thanks to the soccer gangs or footy gangs that were wreaking havoc there decades ago. Yep. The sisters were killed hours after celebrating Miss Henry's birthday. Only 27 years old. Seeking a sacrificial deal with the demon. Here's the gentleman himself. Looks like a rather slender Middle Eastern gentleman.
Here's the contract too.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna send it to you. I'll send you the link. So it can get dark, you know. Like I said, some people may look at this as just a bunch of fun, but this is an example of where things go bad.
Yeah. Let's see.
Can you click on that link that I just sent you? The bottom one on the sun.
Yeah, let's see here. There we go.
Here so there's the contract that he had. And if you scroll down, you can see the whole thing. If you just scroll down a little bit, it's a larger picture.
Oh, I see. Spooky eyes.
Yeah, there's a video of him being arrested, but if you look inside this thing, you can see like he signed in blood and then King Lucifuge Rofakal. Like literally it. And then this is why he got the lottery killing acronym motto or whatever. Win the Mega Million Super Jackpot. That was his best. 2 for me. So for the mighty King Lucifuge Rofakal, perform a minimum of 6 sacrifices every 6 months for as long as I am free and physically capable. Sacrifice only women. Build a temple for you. Do everything that I have promised. For me, win the Mega Millions. Receive fruitful rewards in return for the future sacrifices I make to you. The rewards consist of wealth and power. And then to never be suspected of any crimes by the police. And also that the police will never know of any crimes that I have done and that I will do. That's very ONA's type stuff.
Well, it looks like that aspect of the contract was not fulfilled by this demon, because he certainly did get caught.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to his sentencing. I was still up in the air within the last 3 months. I think I just kind of like didn't follow it, but like something got delayed. So, but I think he's going to be in jail of some sort for a long time.
And then we'll never hear about it again because the mainstream media does not want the greater of society to be aware of an occult world.
No, they don't. It's very interesting. Like there's occultism everywhere. Just like you said, movie, culture, film, music, going back for decades, but they just don't seem to emphasize it. And really my book is like just an aggregation of putting all these. There's tons of stories like Daniel was saying. So I just put them all together. These weird stories. There's like stories of like a Asian, not neo-Nazi who tried to go on a killing spree, like the Columbine killers in Halifax, Newfoundland. Like that story never really made the mass media, and just other kind of stories about these Atomwaffen guys who were doing all kinds of strange stuff. Although it is interesting, when I published this book, it was 2021. And then the time I published it, the guy who started Atomwaffen, his name was Russell. His last name was Russell. He got busted by the federal government. The FBI did great work and arrested him and his wife almost like a Bonnie and Clyde. They were planning to destroy the entire electricity grid for the city of Baltimore. That's what they were plotting. So those two are going to probably go to jail for a long time. But that was within the last year, I think. So you can look up Russell and his girlfriend. I forgot what her name was. It was Clint Daniel. Maybe I can find that article. But it would have been a disaster. So if they would have blown away the entire, grid of the city of Baltimore, it would have been bad. And then the thing is the reason they did it is because Baltimore is like 80% African American, right?
Oh,
so
okay.
It was like there was a racial component to it. Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe you can click on that article.
Sure. Yeah, that's a very strange thing that, like, the Nazis were they were a death cult. I hear that name thrown around a lot, and they were a white supremacist group as well.
Yeah, no question. But this is like, I guess it happened in April. It wasn't that long ago. Criminal complaint from February 6th. But this guy, Russell, was really the founder. He's a very dedicated neo-Nazi, I think is the best way to put it.
Russell is the founder of the neo-Nazi Atomwaffen division.
Right, and if you look at the title of my book, it's Global Death Cult, The Order of Nine Angles, Atomwaffen, and the Slaughter of the Innocent. So I included kind of Atomwaffen in it as a primary, subject matter for my book.
Yeah, that's something that I came across immediately that I did not know when I was starting to kind of become curious about the Order of Nine Angles. First thing I did is went on their Wikipedia page. I want to get the basic facts, and I'm scrolling down and I see a lot of these guys are also neo-Nazis, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, but why? Like, what is all this demon stuff and magic and secrecy have to do with Nazis and white supremacy and stuff like that? Is there any way you could explain that link?
It's a really good question. And I think it goes back into kind of their worldview. And I think even the Nazis kind of had this kind of like very active imaginatory interest in mythology in the past. And it goes all the way back to their ideas. They were supposed to be a culture that passed through like past civilizations that are only vaguely understood, Atlantis and Lemuria. And so that there's all these kind of priest classes. And so they're the kind of new kind of racial priesthood. And they're into maybe kind of more new age than people are willing to admit. So I think that is a component there, this kind of evil spirit, like the darker spiritual side, I think is part of Nazism. And therefore, a lot of these guys are into notions of magic and, communication with spirits and things like that. So I think that's part of it. And there's like another one here in the and they are involved in like really hardcore, gnarly pornography stuff, like the worst things that you could imagine. There was a case in the U.S. recently, a guy by the name of Angel Almeida, who just got, I think he just got sentenced, but he was an 09A member and doing the work, just like unspeakable things of depravity. But let's see if we can pull that up. Maybe that would be a good one to see. Just I'm saying these guys are around, but I think that's really it. If you look at the history of kind of the Nazi Party, it comes out of these like esoteric orders, the Thule Society, and the Nazi Party was a detractant to those types of people like Hitler and people around them who were into this kind of like racial, esoteric, mythological worldview. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. It's all kind of tied together. The idea of a Superman or Uberman and the, I don't know what you would call it, Atlantean kingdom of Tula.
Yeah.
It's some pretty weird stuff when you look at it. It's like, geez.
And that's how they see it. It's really strange because Nazism and the ideas of Helena Blavatsky, and I've done a show recently on the plan. It was called The Plan, QAnon, and the Externalization of the Hierarchy by Alice Bailey. If anybody's interested in Nazism, they have to read The Externalization of the Hierarchy. It's so important. It's literally almost a carbon copy of the Nazi ideas. And she put that book together in the 30s. And that has every single theme of the Nazi movement. The Aryan, the subhuman, the kind of future culture, Christ hatred, Christian hatred, the plan, the Great Awakening. It's incredible. You have to you can get a copy of The Externalization of the Hierarchy, which Bailey was she was like the follow-on from Blavatsky, but you can get a copy of that through the archive, Internet Archive. But just read through it, and you'll be shocked, because if you've even researched the QAnon, Daniel, you'll see the similarities. They're blatant. There literally are Luciferian concepts and ideology in QAnon. 100% true. There's no question about it.
So QAnon itself, like the actual group, the offshoot of MAGA, you're saying has kind of a Luciferian principle behind it.
No question.
Wow. Can you
The
explain
language is the
that
same.
a little bit more?
Well, I did a show with John Brisson. He might be a good guest for you. I can send him his email. But we did a show where we looked into that, and I didn't make the connection. Like, I don't always know. I did a show with John about the Lucis Trust, right? So there's been this kind of like occultism that has been involved with the UN, and it's around. It goes from Blavatsky to Alice Bailey, and there was another woman, I forgot her name, but they like wrote all these books, and it goes up to the present day. So the Lucis Trust has a relationship with the UN, right? And they want to bring in this new world there into meditation. And one of these books is the externalization of the hierarchy, and it's like the same thing. It's just off the charts. It's it's just totally Luciferian.
I've always had a lot of suspicions about QAnon and the character of Q himself. The January 6th insurrection, I believe, was a form of honeypot where individuals were fed certain information, made to believe certain things, and then basically set up. And a lot of Donald Trump supporters and fans, they become very angry at me for suggesting this, but he did say, "Fight for me." He did seem to want to get an uproar going. And these people that love Trump and love everything he does, they marched right into a literal psyop, a literal trap. They were surrounded by agents they probably didn't even know. Some of them might have lost their lives because they chose to follow this whole QAnon thing, which eventually got deleted off of social media for whatever reason. I personally enjoyed some of the research they were doing, but hey, if this is a subversive group, then it might be for the better. But I was initially disappointed because they were putting a lot of stuff out there about, the pedophilia and stuff like that.
My sense of QAnon is they were aping kind of what was known anyway in the alternative media. So I didn't see them as really cutting edge researchers to me. I felt like they were just kind of like surfing on the wave of underground or alternative research. So that was kind of my take on them. But yeah, I believe in everything you said. I think it was a Fedsurrection. They anticipated the stuff. The guy who ran that kind of operation in DC, my understanding, also operated the Whitmer hoax, which was also fake. Like, it was totally fake. These guys were all put together from different like groups. And then in the media said they were all trying to kill Whitmer. And she said, "I'm trying to kill me." But they were like, we're totally. And every other guy was like a Fed in that group. So it's almost like a meme where everybody's pointing at each other as a Fed. They're all Feds. So I think that's what happened on the so-called insurrection, which I think is ridiculous. Nobody was armed. Like the 5 people didn't die. Somebody got shot by somebody who was protecting the Capitol, not the other way around. My understanding is nobody from whatever the Trump people hurt anybody. And a lot of those extra deaths were one guy had a stroke and one guy hurt himself or something like that. So it wasn't violent. I'm sorry. You can tell me it's violent, but I know it's not violent. They even let the like QAnon shaman or whatever out after they showed the video of him being guided in by cops. So they knew they couldn't do it. But yeah, the non-proportional criminal charges to these guys is to me an outrage. Like 20 years in jail for nonviolent crime to me is embarrassing. It's sad. And it's a waste of our taxpayer dollars. It's obviously political, and it's grubby and skeezy and dirty, and these done by garbage people. So that's my view. But as an attorney, it's like embarrassing. Like I'm embarrassed for the legal system right now. And people should be very shocked and be very cognizant of what's going on with Trump, because they're undervaluing his property. It's obviously undervalued what they did. And then they said he lied about it. So the legal system itself is really in crisis from the very top. And I think even the lawyers who are like, even at law schools, are just like, what are we supposed to do about this? They're just passively intimidated, and people don't want to talk. But the legal system in the United States is hanging from a thread. There's no question about it.
Definitely. The whole thing is disturbing to me because in my mind, they were afraid of a real January 6th occurring because of just the sentiments going around in this country. We've never been more divided, especially a few days ago there was a whole attack in Gaza and all of that stuff, and we were already super divided. Now we went from being divided about 5 ways to being divided about 15 different ways. So
well said. Well said.
People on the left aren't sure they want to be on the left anymore. People on the right aren't sure they want to be on the right anymore. It's become confusing even for the most hardcore of political types. But I think that they're afraid of something really happening, and the best way to make sure it doesn't happen is to make a fake one happen first and then punish the people involved and say, hey, this is what you get for speaking out. This is what you get for trying to rebel or go against us. Look at this gentleman, 20 years. You still want to fight back? You still want to gather out there in the streets?
Yeah, I think one of the guys wasn't even in D.C. They just said he was an organizer, and then they put him away for 20 years. Like, I don't even know how that can be. Like, you can actually say something and go to jail for 20 years and not be involved.
I believe that was the Proud Boys leader.
Yeah, Terrio. And it's interesting because I think he got outed as an informant for the FBI too. So that didn't save him. That didn't save him from 20-year sentence. So who knows how long he'll serve, but these are nonviolent people. The thing that they neglect is that at that time, people were upset from a vote they thought that was redolent with fraud. That's really it. So when they prosecute, even they said that's like the core elements of Trump's indictment is that his claims of vote fraud are totally fake. And there's like, I watched the vote, and when I went to bed, Trump was winning. When I woke up, he lost. And it was actually a thing of collusion where the vote counting in all the key states all stopped at the same time. Like, that's like a miracle. How did that happen? Like, so you can tell me, it's like a bully. Like, you better believe this, right? This is Biden didn't go out on the campaign for a week before the vote, but he got 81 million votes, 5 million more than Obama.
Yeah, there's no way that Biden had more votes, and Obama was so popular, and people were coming out to vote that have never voted.
Yeah. I mean, Biden is, even on the vote, even back when he was, on the campaign, whatever, nobody showed up at his, speeches that obviously he's just reading from something. He has no charisma. He has 20 million Twitter followers, which probably half of them are probably fake. Like, everything about him is fake. And Trump had 80 million. Like, you can just do the numbers. You can do these kind of obvious off-the-cuff tests to see popularity. Like, where's Biden's popularity? His approval rating should be 0. He's a terrible president. He's gotten us involved in a foreign war to our disadvantage. He's opened the borders. It's a criminal act. It's an unconstitutional criminal act. You're supposed to defend the borders against invaders. So that's actually a criminal act. He's inflated the money. They've misspent stuff. COVID was bungled. I mean, it goes on and on. The guy has never done anything right. I mean, I just would like to just sit and have a calm conversation and say, what has this guy done right? He had some kind of weird Nazi speech in Philadelphia. Like, what's up with the red lights and the militant attitude? Like,
I was just about to bring that up. That creepy speech with the soldiers in the background and the red. It was that looks like straight out of an occult ritual right there.
Yeah, or V for Vendetta or something. Like, this is like such brazen propaganda. Like, who are you trying to convince? It's only for 2-digit IQs. Like, who's falling for this stuff? It's just, dude, it's literally like you're in Wizard of Oz territory. I hate to say it, but the U.S. has gone like unhinged from a kind of reality. Like, it's lie upon lie upon lie. The Biden administration lies and lies and lies and lies. They never tell the truth.
Exactly. And if you look into Biden's history, he used to constantly say all this racist stuff. It just completely swept under the rug. Then he had like 2 major brain surgeries. There's no way he's fit to be the leader of the free world. He can barely form a coherent sentence or go on stage without turning around and falling off stage or shaking the hand of the invisible man, shaking the hand of the devil, whoever that is standing there.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, weird business contracts, like, I mean, shell companies up to, to the nth degree. Family members are making money from weird contacts. His son is following him around on his so-called political trips looking for financial arrangements. It's totally crazy. Like, why are Americans tolerating this? It's just off the charts. And we're in a dicey situation. We're leading into World War III. And we have a total, like, a Emperor Wears No Clothes situation. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's strange because you see Biden doing that crazy dark speech or rubbing on children in front of everybody, or the things his son is doing. It's literally like they parade this stuff in front of us to show how ignorant the common person is. It's like a form of mocking, like, hey, look what we can get away with, and you don't even know, you can't even talk about it. And even some of this stuff with Marina Abramovic, she's kind of paraded in front of everybody. There's those pictures where she's hanging out with Lady Gaga. They're eating a cake that looks like a dead person, and people aren't really questioning this stuff. Why is Lady Gaga involved? Why is she saying that she worships Lucifer on live TV? Yet the common person thinks it's all just fun and games. She's trying to look cool or something like that, but it's not. It goes much deeper. This is some real stuff. And it also brings to mind, you mentioned Marilyn Manson earlier. There's a lot of pictures and music videos and stuff where he's wearing Masonic rings and like Luciferian
sigil of Lucifer. He has the sigil of Lucifer tattoo. No, exactly. These guys are Luciferians. It's hard for people to actually grasp it. But like, these people are literal, like, intellectual Satanists or occultists. Yeah, Maddie, you should read my book. I see all your comments. All that stuff's in the book. It's not in the Wikipedia. But yeah, I mean, the thing about Maya, the reason that he became a radical Muslim is because the same ideology, and they have this idea within the ONA of insight roles where you join groups to kind of steer them to your own designs and manners. That's why he felt that radical Islam was on par with the outlook of the ONA. Yeah.
That reminds me of the Bavarian Illuminati.
Yeah, right. They infiltrated the French Revolution, right? So they threw the Masonic lodges and things like that. And now, like, my understanding is that the Illuminati in Bavaria, right, Ingolstadt, in Germany, just because of the language differences, but in Germany, there's a lot of studies of the Illuminati as being a legitimate part of the Enlightenment, that it was actually an influential group of elites who were trying to shape reality according to Adam Weishaupt's outlook. Like, it's not some kind of fringe group, but like, a lot of those guys who were in that group had kind of sociological weight, so to speak.
Definitely, especially because the Rothschilds were heavily involved in its inception. I mean, that says a lot right there. Possibly the richest family in the world, besides maybe the hidden elites, supposedly, that are even wealthier. But, the Rothschilds owned the banking system. They were the bank for the Catholic Church. They pretty much created Israel. The list goes on and on. That they were responsible for Waterloo. They became much more rich off of it. Anything these guys got their fingers in is something we should look at.
I agree. I think I think there's a lot there. I mean,
William, do you
it's
mind?
all suppressed. Yeah, it's all suppressed too.
We've been going for a little over an hour. Do you mind talking to some? Can I bring some listeners on to talk to you?
Sure, absolutely.
Alrighty. Paging Dr. Robert, are you there, buddy?
I'm here. I'm enjoying the show, man. It's really good, man. It's real laid back too. I'm just relaxing and listening to you guys like chop it up and soaking up all the game and all the wisdom and all the information. How you doing, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
All right, man. I'm hanging in there, man. Good hearing from you. I do have a question. For you.
Go for it.
What can you tell me about like the Nazism's influence on the CIA, so to speak? Because when you talk about the Bonesmen, right? Like, I mean, like, what really strikes me is like really weird, and I think should have like had people's spidey sense tingling a little more. Is the fact that like during the Gulf War, man, our own two choices for presidents were two Bonesmen. You had John Kerry and Bush. Those are Bonesmen. They're members of the exact same secret society. Then they're going up against this other secret society, Al Qaeda. I mean.
Right. Well, I mean, Al Qaeda's the base, right? So I think that the foundation, like these groups, even Hamas has a Israeli intel connection. So the base was probably, created enemy. I think that it's not authentic. The real group of the Palestinians was the PLO, and then Hamas kind of like fought with the PLO for power, with the support of outside interests. We'll just leave it at that. So some of these groups that you hear on the news are constructs for American foreign policy and Bosnia. So I'd say Israel has something similar. So there's kind of an occult politics too. I wouldn't say it's like necessarily occult, but I think, I mean, if you look at American foreign policy and presidents, there's a bonesman. Almost every, I think, member secretary of state for like 100 years was a bonesman. So that should tell you a lot. And almost all for the last 400 years in the UK, every prime minister has been a Mason. So, and even the election of 2020 between Bush and Gore was a laydown. He was, guy. If you have a boxing match and the guy takes a flop, Gore was no different. He's probably a member of the House of the Temple. Go see the House of the Temple in D.C. They never show it to people. They don't show it to the proles or the peasants or the provincials, but that's where the
there's all these subgroups too. You have like
no question.
Upsilon, then you have the Fence Club, and then their parents were involved with some of these other groups too. So it's just like and then they have these stringent rules, and then they also if they're very select. I think like every time they have like 15 at a time, right?
If you read some of these stories of some of these elite guys, whether it's Dulles or George Bush Sr., they are involved in clubs the public doesn't even discuss. They don't even have like articles about them. Pilgrim Society, maybe a little bit here and there. These guys are involved in club after club after club. They're networked in their old kind of Eastern elite New England stuff. So
they're also,
the public has no idea, and they're not supposed to. The public is not supposed to know about this kind of like clubs. As people talk about the foundations, which are hugely influential, the Rockefeller and Gates Foundation, but the public is not supposed to know these guys are hanging out and blowing off steam and having drinks together and plotting their control of
world domination. Yeah, what's interesting too is like a lot of people don't realize too, like the Bush family, like Prescott Bush and all those other cats, man, they were convicted of trading with the enemy, i.e. the goddamn Nazis.
Yeah, Union Bank, I think was what.
Yeah, Union Bank. Yeah, no shit.
And they were involved in the whole Smedley Butler incident. They were plotting to get rid of the president, right, Roosevelt, but it flopped. Smedley Butler wouldn't go through with it. He probably saved the Republic, at least until now. But yeah, these guys, Prescott Bush, all these guys are bonesmen going on way back. And these guys are like henchmen of the elite. So people talk about Rockefeller. The Bushes, one of the biggest secrets of the Bushes is that they are kind of fronts for Rockefeller wealth and power.
And they're kind of Nazis too.
Mixing all of them. mixing all of them. They kind of
They're
like,
not Nazis. They're just They're American versions of that kind of worldview. I think it's really what it is.
I agree with that. I agree, but that's why it was very easy for them to communicate and get along with Nazis because the ideology is so similar, right? And that's what people don't realize. Like we have, U.S. has more in common with Nazi Germany than it did the Soviet Union.
No doubt. I think there's no doubt.
Yeah, psychologically. So that's what I'm asking you about the CIA. Like, at what point did he act like you think about Operation Paperclip, right? Because right when the CIA was kind of being constructed, right, that's when you kind of have this influx of like Operation Paperclip, the OSS, and what have you, right? So what type of influence did this Nazi brain trust have on the organization and structure of the CIA?
Right, it's a good question. There's a weird overlap. There's so many strange things. Alan Dulles is all over there. He became the head of the CIA, but he was managing so many of these Nazis through a guy by the name of Reinhard Gehlen. And there's pictures of Reinhard Gehlen in the U.S. after the war. Like he's still connected to all these guys.
Sitting pretty Nazis, like a motherfucker too.
Say that again?
Sitting pretty for real, yeah. Smiling in our faces.
Right. Yeah, he just looks like a normal guy. If you didn't know who he was literally like at the right hand of Hitler or some of these other guys who were managing the Eastern Front. And Dulles' son said the weirdest thing, like my dad is a German spy, but it's hard to take him seriously because he was injured in the Korean War. But Dulles acted like he was one of them, honestly. I think that a lot of his actions were very much, I mean, he was arranging people to get out of jail and he had sympathies and trading with the Third Reich. So
they were all like in Brazil and Central America, and then you got to think about like, and then we have like the Catholic Church element, like the
rat lines were all through Catholic Church. The Catholic Church had to know, but they took the money. The Germans looted people and then paid to get out, and they were all throughout South America. I think that Hitler got out. I think that it was a fake death, and I think a lot of those guys got out. Bormann, I'll tell you an interesting personal story. Bormann was Hitler's right-hand man the last couple years of his life, Hitler's life, supposedly. But he had 10 kids, and his kids got interspersed all around the world. The German Nazis weren't very popular in Germany, so a lot of them had to go, whether they were going to get arrested by the occupation or whatever. Even their fellow countrymen were not happy with the way things turned out. But Bormann's granddad, like you may have inadvertently been in certain places in the United States and walked right by the grandchildren of Nazi henchmen, like at the very top. I'll just leave it at that.
That is creepy, man. That is so fucking creepy.
Under different names, remarried or something like that. Like they disperse. There's ethnic diasporas all over the world: Jewish, Italian, African American, German, whatever, Portuguese. So the Nazis just disseminated, and they found some of them. They were like mass murders. There's a famous one in Brazil where they found some guy
Mossad went after some of them.
Yeah. So one of them got caught. It was a famous trial. The trial of I can't remember Hoffman. I can't remember his last name, but he was involved in the mass murder and stuff like that. So anyway, I mean, so that idiot. I think really my book, The Global Death Cult, is. I think it's an important component of post World War II anti-Nazi literature because it just shows that this ideology is still around. It may take different shapes. It may morph or something like that, but the ideas of these different root races and that we're the best and these people aren't, and we should, kill them and stuff like that. It's not that far. And you made that interesting point, like the Nazis and the U.S. were close. There were a lot of American ideology at the turn of the 19th to the 20th, that influenced the Germans. So they got their racial ideas from a lot of these people who were in the U.S. And it's hard to believe. And there were definitely like little
cross-holiday
racist, hardcore out of the South, but hardcore racist eugenic groups all over, even in Northern California and things like that. So
yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, eugenics is a big thing.
Yeah. What
about
Go ahead,
about
Dr.
like, I hear like Richard Dulles and Nixon had a very peculiar, or Dulles, Dulles and Richard
Alan
Nixon
and his brother was John Foster. Yeah, so Alan Dulles.
They had a very like a very peculiar relationship. Like he's almost like the golden hand behind Nixon's ascension.
Have you ever seen the picture of Prescott Bush talking to Nixon, where like Nixon is his bitch? It's an incredible picture because Prescott Bush is holding on to Nixon's hat like it's his little toy. It's incredible. So these guys, a lot of these politicians are managed behind the scenes by more powerful people. And I think Dulles is one of them. Let me see if I can find that picture. It's an incredible picture.
Yeah, I started looking for it myself.
Yeah, it seems like the perfect plan. It seems like the perfect plan to me. Like they mastered this art of hiding in plain sight. Like even when you guys like mentioned Q, right? Like I think like Q is like the perfect hiding place for a pedophile. You know, and it goes along with like like Goebbels, accuse the other folks of what you yourself are doing.
And
so
you like hold on just a sec. Daniel, can you click on that link right there?
Sure.
I just sent to you, please.
Let me get orientated here. Kind of losing some of my windows. There we go. Camera's covering them.
Oh, by the way, we're from the same alma mater. I'm from Berkeley too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Philosophy, studied under Cyril, Dreyfus, Schiffler, Samuel Schiffler.
Go Bears. Yeah, he was a lifeguard back then. I used to work at Strawberry Canyon, Bears Lair. Hearst.
Oh, the Bears Lair was the bomb. Ooh.
Yeah, that was all right.
Only place you can get alcohol on campus.
Was it the Bear? There was a Bears swimming pool. That picture right there. Yeah, click on that. See if that pops up.
Yeah, that touching is very indicative of like a superiority.
Yeah. Like
I can't see it. Is it coming up? Which one is it?
It's on the far upper right hand side, but it won't expand.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Let me do it. It's my thing. Okay, try that.
Yeah, I need to redo this and grab the expanded part right here. Let's see here. There, that should do it, I think. Yeah, here we go.
There it is. Yeah. So, I mean,
no shit. The body language is like it's overt.
Yeah.
It's overt.
Reminds me of that one of Prince Charles. You remember that one with Prince Charles and one of the Rothschilds is poking him in the chest?
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Very similar.
Telling. Yeah, these body, it's a male thing. It's like the company of males. It's like establishing hierarchy and dominance is this kind of stuff. Prescott Bush was huge for his time. He's like 6'4", 6'5", and then the Bushes got shorter and nastier over time. This picture always stuck with me.
Yeah, there's a prophecy about that too.
From who?
Oh, the Kali Yuga, the age of the machines. Like it says, because we get so caught up in technology, and AI, we create like this world that gives us instant pleasure, and we start, you don't use it, you lose it. You start to lose the use of your body, so your eyes get bigger, your heads get bigger, you turn in grays and shit like that. But that's in the Kali Yuga, which is ancient Hindu text. It means the advanced age of machines. But that's like we're like supposed to be in the worst age of the Kali Yuga right now. Yeah. But that's why I brought it up.
Yeah,
my mind just works like that. Forgive me. Yeah, man. People don't understand how prevalent Nazism is too. And I used to say this all the time before I got kicked off X. It used to be Twitter. Like there's a very close relationship between Nazism and black magic.
No doubt. Yeah. I think you can make an argument that Hitler was a black magician. I think just like Crowley. I think that's. I don't think that would be too hard. And I think there's actually a book called Adolf Hitler, Black Magician by a Crowley-loving OTO member.
Oh, yeah. There's a few different ones.
Yeah.
There's one about
Hitler. There was a beef between Crowley and Hitler, right?
There's a what?
There was like a secret beef between Crowley and Hitler in the book I read, basically, because Churchill and them got wind that Hitler was into that type of sorcery, right? And they didn't want to take any chances. So then they reached out to a sorcerer of their own, which was Crowley. Just like they used to use mobsters back in the day too. So they went to people who were in their cult. So they went to Crowley, right? So apparently, according to Crowley, right, like the swastika basically is a sigil, right? And he was engaged in like death magic, right? So they were killing and slaughtering the Jews, fueling. It was a ritual, and they were fueling the swastika with this death magic, and that's why it has this seductive appeal, and it kind of like sweeps people up, you know, and creates like this euphoria that they can't get enough of and shit like that. So then Crowley created the V for victory symbol, right? And that's based on sex magic, right? So he was using that. And there's whole tales about that, and he and Hitler were kind of battling back and forth, like behind the scenes.
After the war, Crowley famously said to Time Magazine, before Hitler was, I am. So they're very similar.
Wow, I did not know that. That's fascinating right there.
Look that up. And also, if you want to talk about the mob and intel and stuff like that or things, look up the picture of Ian Fleming with Lucky Luciano. They're friends.
Lucky Luciano, one of the biggest gangsters of all time.
Because basically, man, like when you have like the advent of psychology, when they really start delving into the human mind and the subconscious and shit like that, basically like the whole world became like an experimental ground for that type of thing, basically. So they basically started experimenting on their own citizens, all these new psychological techniques and stuff like that. And then, so in doing so, basically, they started to realize like the power of the occult in the way of like, you know, you talk about the killers in the occult, like the true believers. Like there's a very high chance you're going to get true believers who are very charismatic, that want to take it too far, and then they find other people, and that, you know, those are your terror agents right then and there, basically.
Like a litmus test.
Yeah. They're just so susceptible in our population to suggestion and mind control. So they sort of created like all these different cults, you know, the wandering bishops, and then they recruited these clergymen, you know, and then they created all these gurus and propped up gurus and things like that to attract these type of people to fuel their MK Ultra program, you know, that type of shit. But so basically like they use psychology to prop up like these alter egos, all these different organizations that kind of do the same thing, that have all their different ideologies and stuff like that. And then there's element of competition too, where they're trying to outdo one another and shit. I'm talking too much. Go ahead.
There it is.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow.
The story is that Ian Fleming was in Germany between the wars. He spoke fluent German, right? And he knew that these guys were into astrology. And he actually seeded a lot of these ideas that he was trying to get Germans to come to a peace agreement through a group called the Link. And he seeded these ideas through his contacts in Germany, that the optimal day, he knew Hess, who was number 3 in Nazi Germany, was a total astrologer. He said this would be the most optimal time to come and negotiate a peace treaty. So what does Hess do? He outfits the specialty plane that everybody had to have known he had done it. They denied it after he flew over. But he gets in the specialty plane, outfits it with extra fuel, supposedly puts on a garb full with moons and stars like a sorcerer, and gets on the plane and flies to northern Scotland and gets caught and captured and goes to jail for the rest of the thing. But it was according to some things, the Official Secrecy Act in the UK is like ironclad. They will never release anything. But that's apparently Fleming's involvement, was goading Hess in this crazy moment in World War II to fly to England for a fake peace treaty. So they captured Hess, and when Hess gets caught, Fleming gets a letter from Aleister Crowley saying, do you want me to debrief this guy? I know a lot of the stuff he knows. I'm in your humble service. And he says all these other occultists that he knows. And that is part of the historical record. So the knowledge of Crowley to Fleming to Hess is real.
Oh no, shit! There's a NASA connection and all kind of shit, man. This shit is deep. Like we almost live like in a cultocracy.
Let me just finish up. And the other thing is that the first book that Fleming writes is called Casino Royale. It recreates a lot of the stuff he used to do, which is play poker against Nazis in Portugal, right? which was not an occupied country. And the lead character who was the enemy was a guy by the name of Le Chiffre, who was like, translates to the riddle. And he was based on Aleister Crowley. So he used this kind of Crowley character as his nemesis in fiction. So it shows
wow, that's cool.
Influences fiction, yeah.
That's cool.
Alrighty, thank you, Dr. Robert. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. We're gonna move on to our next member of the panel. Let's see, Clint, are you there, buddy?
Yeah.
Good to hear from you.
What kind of subject would you like to backtrack on?
Oh, that's up to you, buddy. Go ahead. You pick,
Well,
man.
I mean, there was so many. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get caught up on a subject that isn't the main subject, kind of thing.
Well, our main subject is the Order of Nine Angles, and that intersects with white supremacy, Nazis, occult, pedophilia, Satanism.
Well, I guess something I
murder.
wanted to say the whole time, also with lots of other shows and stuff, is that people always forget about Theosophy's involvement with the Nazis and the behind the veil of ISIS and the secret doctrine, which is an important part because that was the basis for the Nazis' religion, and that they mirrored certain rites of Templarism and incorporated as many things as they could possibly it's like they were trying to make the new man, like but then they failed, so then they decided they were going to try something different and try a new way of a new type of Holocaust, which is no longer in the open and done with bullets or gas chambers, but using humans as filters for toxic waste, and with the bad food, and getting people to do things of their own free will accord at the doctors, which I won't say the word, but what's the medicines that are destroying people, and but the the whole spiel of it, I mean, the calling of the masses, it's like what's her name, Dr. Rima Labau, she was just a doctor on health, and she got involved with the food laws of the UN and realized that the UN was making certain foods, or they were labeling certain quote unquote minerals, which were actually toxic waste, as edible, and that these were being allowed in the foods, and that the major companies were basically saving money by putting small amounts of these bad minerals, which weren't minerals at all, but byproducts of all sorts of toxic things. But they were paying, they would have had to pay more to dispose of these things than to just what they're doing now, which is distributing them in the food with metallic minerals that are only 2% absorbable in the body, if they even aren't. Say you have metallic iron versus plant derived iron, you'll absorb 97% of the plant derived iron, but only 3% of the iron. You know how people are like smashing their cereal and putting magnets up to it and stuff? Well, it's you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see videos like that. Sure.
Yeah, well, like
Sure.
the companies are all they're saving money on products by cutting their product. It's no different than a drug dealer cutting cocaine.
Yeah.
They're cutting it with garbage, using us as human filters, and I mean, there's so many spectrums of ways that they're culling the masses, where they've even convinced the masses that it's cool to be a eunuch. I mean, no offense to those people or anything, but that is it's like the Illuminati wanted to initiate the masses.
Are you talking about like incels? People that call themselves incels? Like they're proud that they don't date anybody or have any sort of romantic partnership?
Well, I mean, like a eunuch, as in they remove their genitals,
Oh, geez. Oh, you mean like the trans?
like castration. Well,
Gotcha.
because in the old books it says that the Illuminati members often were castrated, and that, or oh wait, I don't know if that's the correct word, but they often had their genitals removed, and that they believed that it was like a hold over them to have a sexual drive and stuff. But like the Illuminati, the Illuminati it's such a vaguely used term these days, whereas the older, it's like the farther back in time you go, the more pure it was, to where it used to be something that was pro good, but it's like the Vatican got a hold of it and they wanted to because I found evidence of an Illuminati in Italy that was a miners' union that wanted a constitutional republic, and but then the Weishaupt order was pro-Vatican, and it's like the Vatican and the British, they realized they couldn't keep the monarchy and Rome, going, because the masses would eventually realize what's going on, so they had to create new systems of power to where they could keep their rule but make it appear as though they weren't ruling. And that's why Rothschild, it's like Rothschild is related to the Queen of England and the royal family, and he's basically the king of America, and we're under a monarchy, and the monarchies and they created socialism and communism so that they could control the masses and make the masses believe that this system was good for them and that it was going to help the common person, but in reality it enslaves them.
Daniel, I gotta run. I gotta run out to dinner with family, but thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Great to talk to you again.
Can we go ahead and could you go ahead and plug whatever you'd like?
Yeah, my new book is The Smiley Face Killers, Investigating Suspicious Water Deaths in the U.S. and U.K. just came out in September. It's doing well. I've gotten 5-star reviews. It's 400 pages, tons of research. You can check that out on my website, WilliamRamseyInvestigates.com, if you want signed copies. You could just buy it on Amazon, either on Kindle or in hardcover. And all my books are available online. I have a Patreon where you can watch my films under William Ramsey. And my podcast is in the top 0.5% of podcasts in the world. I'm hosted by Spotify. I signed a contract with them. And people can just listen to all of my research on a wide variety of subjects. I have over 1,000 episodes on true crime, history, politics, anything. So there's a lot of stuff there. So thanks again for having me. It's great to talk with you again.
Absolutely. Very good to talk to you again, William. And we will catch up with you in the future and find out what your latest research and writings are.
Let's talk about the new book. I'll send you a copy.
Really? Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to read that.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk with you offline. You can just email me a good mailing address, and I'll get one out to you.
All right. Appreciate that, my friend. I will be in touch. I will talk to you later.
Thank you again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. All righty. That was William Ramsey. So good to have him on the program again. Yeah, his research is so deep. It's not uncommon for him to be followed around by various gang stalkers and bots and things like that. I ran into that in the past, but you know what? I don't care. I'm not going to back down from these people. I'm not going to let them dictate who I have on my show or who I don't have on my show. They can play their games. They can play their head games. They can make their threats. They can try to intimidate me. They can try to intimidate us, but they will not snuff out this light.
Yeah, he was a pretty good guest. Well, but what I was saying though about the ruling elite systems that they use to confuse the masses, it's like you can tell the rulers by their basic characteristics. So like how each major ruler has they have a red flag. Like the Nazis and the communists both have red flags, and both used systems of money that were paper, and that they took away what was originally America, and they've made it into a communist and socialist country that is milking the masses for everything it has. and that like it's like the the people get so angry if you say that Nazis were socialists, but yet Nazi means National Socialism. And it's not you can go to like 1,000 dictionaries and look up the word Nazi, it'll say National Socialism. And that the Russians were also practicing socialism, and that communism was just a stepping stone of socialism, and that or vice versa. But it's like the government in socialism runs the corporations through buyouts, where like it's like in America where the banks, it's like thousands of banks collapsed, but the government bailed them out with money. But then when the government does that, then the banks have to do what the government say. But
well, that makes me think of like a lot of this stuff going on X right now, where it feels almost like, okay, Elon Musk comes in and takes over Twitter, and then we're all expecting it to change drastically, and it kind of did in a way, but then it's like they go right back to doing the exact same stuff they were doing before, which makes me think it's kind of what you were getting at. Where there's like this corporatocracy, hidden hand behind the corporatocracy.
Well, if you notice, Tesla, the company, took a government bailout during Corona when they were making plenty of money. They didn't need a bailout, just like Amazon, and that. So they took money from them, and then they're now under the thumb. And that, but the only difference between that and communism is that in communism, the government just openly owns the business. They don't secretly, hide it like they do with. But like they're slowly delving into it. It's like people who are highly researched individuals who have delved into the Bible lore of the Scarlet Whore and Revelations link communism and socialism to the Scarlet Whore, whereas they're bearing the Scarlet Flag, and that there are groups that were created by the secret societies who run by this Revelations blueprint, basically.
Well, quick question for you, Clint. Like, I'm going to challenge you a little bit. Are you ready for that?
I've been waiting.
All right. So I get what you're saying. What you're saying makes perfect sense to me. But for me to be honest with what's on my mind, I have to point out, okay, can't the same thing be said about democracy? Like, aren't these two opposing viewpoints used to manipulate society, and actually neither one is really that great?
Well, democracy is just the first stepping stone. It goes democracy, socialism, then communism. And democracy is, in modern times, it's like it's always been something that Americans were against, where it's like the socialists and the Democrats claim Thomas Jefferson was a Democrat, but he was never for democracy. And that the founding fathers said that democracy is one sheep arguing against, or wait, no, what are they? No, democracy is what did they say? Something about hanging somebody. People voting to hang, but the idea that the mob would rule, it's like a trick to convince people that they're gonna get their way because the majority voted. So it's like, see, here's the proof. You all voted, and this is what you wanted. And then it's like it's like a parent with children who can easily persuade the child to do what the parent wants by convincing the child that this is what they want.
So you're saying, like, basically the masses are easy to manipulate?
Yeah, well, it's like they've made,
or more specifically, you can get them to vote for whatever you want, and who knows if the votes even count in the first place.
Well, yeah, it's like the people, they're convinced these systems will help them, but they don't understand that these systems are being hand fed down to them by the elite, and that it's like the rich, they've paved the way for their own money-making scheme by convincing the youth that communism and socialism are good. And that, see, we don't have capitalism in America, and we haven't for over 100 years, because of the government bailouts that are illegal. You know, in capitalism, the government wouldn't bail out some Ford or GM or any 49,000 banks in America. You see, it's like the communists and the socialists created rules and systems and licensing and all this other bullshit to where the common person can't make any money without the crown's stamp tax. You see what I'm saying? Like they're all middleman and everything to death. It's the biggest hustle in humanity. It's like anybody who lived on the streets, they can see it. They can see that we're all being hustled to death, like just milk, like cows.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I've been talking about it kind of intermittently on this program the past few weeks, is what happened during the time of the robber barons, where these rich assholes figured out exactly how they could take this system already created by the Templars, the Rothschilds, the Catholic Church, and any other so-called merchants that existed out there in the world throughout history. You know, the type of guys that would go around in ships and trade the color purple and things of that nature. So these guys figured out how they could push it even further by exploiting the common man, by paying him less for his time, for pulling his children and his wife into the workplace, and to basically do whatever that you can do to take more from the common person and apply that to yourself, which would mean that without exploiting the common man so far. Sorry, I'm botching this. By exploiting
I
the common
understand you, dude. I'm following you. I agree.
That's the way that they keep themselves propped up. They have to exploit us for them to be leisure and fun all the time.
Well, to me, it's as simple as the fact that in 1963, minimum wage was $1.15, which in nowadays terms is equal to approximately like $23, and so in 1963 there was still silver-backed money, and that the $1.15 minimum wage was, you know, over twice as much as people make these days.
Well, check this out. I'm going to challenge you again. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know, I know you're very anti-communism, so I'm just going to throw this out here. Without communists, we would not have a minimum wage, and we also would still have children out there working in the workplace. It was actually the communists and the Marxists that put an end to that.
But that's the thing, though, is that the minimum wage was created to rob people, to where because the common man doesn't understand inflation, and that, see, it costs approximately $20+ to buy one silver dollar, because they've taken 95% of America's wealth and they've devalued it so much. And that because one silver dollar is 5% of the $20. Damn it, I'm pretty coffeeed out. I drank some V8.
No worries. I've been sucking on this stuff, the Monster drink.
Oh, jeez. I'm surprised you're sitting there, bouncing off the walls.
Yeah, jittering all the stuff.
Hey, man, I'm listening intently too, man. I'm sucking up the gas.
It's like today we're making about, if we were to put it to the 1963 standards, we're making like 30 cents per hour compared to their $1.15. You see what I'm saying? For the
so what you're saying basically in a nutshell is this minimum wage hasn't done a lick of good for us.
Well, yeah. See, what the common person doesn't understand is that Rothschild is pro-communism. Rothschild is pro-socialism. They want us to want that because they're gonna make money off it, and fucking they've got the masses totally brainwashed. Where I could show them absolute proof that there is no America on paper, that we don't have an America, that there is no America. And
so hold on, Clint. I want to get into this. This sounds freaking fascinating, the whole idea of there being no America. But I do want to take a little bit of a break first, and then we're going to come back. We're going to hear what you have to say about there being no America. And I also want to really jump into the Gaza Strip stuff. It's the biggest thing in the news right now.
Wait,
it's
well, that has to do with Albert Pike's letter to the head of the mafia, Giuseppe Muzzini, where he outlines the 3 world wars, and the third being Islam versus Jewish.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and take that break, guys. Just gonna go ahead and mute you as well as turn my own mic down. We're gonna play a little Predata Severa, and we will be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. I will talk to you guys in a bit.
You know it's bad when I have to make an audio to do, even if you don't know what you want to do yet, and that's in the future. For some of us, for some things, I playing somewhere between death or spirituality and physicality, and God is at this moment a non-physical entity, and when God moves around, they can stay behind where they want.
Dang it! So I don't know what happened. My computer kind of bugged out and it lost the spot that we were at. I should have wrote it down. So I don't know if you guys already heard this part before or what, but I might be playing the same thing again. And if so, I apologize, but we'll just have to put up with it for now. I'm sure we'll eventually get caught up wherever we were at. But I think this is about where we were at. I don't remember exactly what Predata was talking about. But we'll just go ahead and start from here. I know this is close. I do apologize for the mishap. We only have about an hour left of this, and I'm not even sure where we were at again. So we might have only had a lot less than that. But we'll go ahead and just pick up from here. And if we have to hear the same thing twice, well, all the more better. It'll just be reinforced in our minds. This very truthful and very informative talk by Predata Severa, Illuminati rapper.
Or like, say, for instance, in that coffin. So only imagine these omniverses are in a specific location, time and space coordinates. Very important. Think about that for a second. Coordinates in time and space, they're stuck here under the rules and regulations of what time and space is according to this plane of existence, if there even are any. Meaning, did the gods define time and space to create rules that govern what you experience in life? And if it wasn't for them creating that, then no rules would exist. And if that's the case, then that means that God is roaming around as a spirit but can return to it, kind of like, again, Egyptians, who, at least in the old days, it is said, believed that with these 5 or more different parts of what compose the non-physical parts of a human being, that your Ba, I think it was, can go roam around, while the other aspects of yourself, or some of them, are still present in one place in time and space, maybe even if we're talking about the sarcophagus, and then return. Your Ba can return to them. So imagine the body, even if it's, but that's why they do whatchamacallit, isn't it? That's why they do the ceremonies they do to make sure your body stays intact. Interesting. Okay, so imagine if the body wasn't there anymore, degraded, like, we'll just say right now, Westerners or people who don't believe in that type of stuff or whatever, and your body over time just turns into skeleton, and then over time turns into just like dust, but the physicality, the ghost, is still there, which of course isn't why you're supposed to go fuck with pyramids, because you don't know what the fuck is. I'm not going to go there right now. Anyway, so, no, let me say it for a second. Don't stop fucking with people's tombs and pyramids and shit, because you don't know the amount of damage you do to things that are beyond you and beyond your world when you move even one item, or you open those doors, you change that air composition. It's so much. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone right now. If anybody's interested, or if I do a show again with Daniel or whatever, just ask me about what happens when you fuck up somebody's tomb. Even when we're talking about like the above mausoleums. Even if the body degrades and everything stays in that time and space, except for, like, if you want to call it the Ba that can go roaming around, then that Ba that goes that part that goes roaming around is in essence God, and what stays behind is still parts of God, which in terms of humanity we call this the omniverses, or universe, or whatever. And so you think you're here on this earth, but perhaps I've already died. Hey, I mean, when, like I was saying before, now we can start rewinding that really good. You know, when you go into such a deep meditative state, like I've done, where in your realm, they understand, leave them alone. And this should give you a better understanding too, in a sense of griffins. I could say griffins, I think, and of the other thing beginning with G, I think it begins with a G. They sit on top of buildings and they got wings, and they had the cartoon series about it. They have a shell over them because they look like stone statues at the top of the corner of buildings, and then all of a sudden they can go flying around. Oh fuck! Why can't I remember what they're called right now? I happen to be one, but I can't remember what the fuck they're called. Isn't this some shit? But while we're on that topic, and I can't remember what the hell I'm called and what they're called, we're also aliens. Why can't? There's a reason I can't remember it. This is some weird shit, but there's reasons behind that I don't know. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about though. Those things that fly around. Yeah. So what was I talking about them for? It's turned into stone. Oh yeah, people in my realm, they understand. Hey, he's in a meditative state. He's trying to heal himself. And at some point, you end up being, if you want to call it dead, but there's kind of like no such thing as death. But you end up being that. And that's the statues you see of people who are Buddhist priests or whatever, and they've gone into that meditative state, and they're just like sitting there, and they've got mold growing on them, and they look like their body's turned into stone. Leave them the fuck alone. When they heal themselves, they'll come out of it. Or maybe they won't, but that's not for you to fuck with. You have your own problems to worry about, or not problems. You have your own shit to deal with. Okay, that's coming out wrong too. You have things to deal with, which, okay, it's to say you shouldn't be interfering with them and what they're dealing with. We'll just keep it like that. So now let's rewind this back further. I think I can do that, right? What are some of the things we were discussing? Time jumps. I don't know. I guess we'll start here and then go backwards from there. So the thing that occurred with me this evening, we'll say it like this. It could represent one place in time in the future. It could represent parts of the past and parts of the future. It could represent a lack of time and space altogether, or at least a lack of time. The reason that's important is because look at what's going on around you right now. Keep it in mind. I know that's like very vague, because in different realms, on different dimensions, or whatever, different worlds that this is broadcasting to, because if you broadcast something on the earth, it's heard and felt throughout the omniverses, and not necessarily in your time and space, like not in earth time and space. That gets real complicated. I'm gonna go deep into that right now, but just consult a what is it called? A temporal physicist. I think you Earthlings have what is called temporal physicists. They usually work for parts of the government that don't exist, of governments that don't exist. Ours is the same, but you know, if you've checked into my Facebook or my Twitter, then you've seen some of the stuff I post, and you understand. Okay, so again, I don't know how to really go from there. I'm trying to like not step on toes and try to back myself out of that a little bit. But temporal physics, let's say it like this. What that is, I can't say that it's something that's going to happen a week, a month, a year from now. It may have already happened in a different way that will affect the now. And this is important for you, being a physical being, if you are, even if you're not, I guess, the now and the future. And it could also affect the past. I mean, damn, we do quantum leaps because we need to change things in the past at times so that the future is different. I mean, maybe I've already changed the future. Maybe you'll hear this and to you it won't even exist. Or maybe it doesn't exist or whatever, because I changed the past from what I did or did not do. And so that I'm recording this right now, and it's not even going to be heard by a lot of you. Or even if you hear it, it'll sound like gibberish or something totally different, which I imagine is pretty much to people who are asleep. even awake, but people were asleep. They hear important things and see or experience important things as gibberish. Kind of like when you, I think some of the most important moments in your life, let's make it you as a parent or even you as a child. How many of you remember the gibberish you spoke in the first couple of days after you were born? Or how many of you as parents remember the words, because it's a language, remember the words of the gibberish? Sounds like Yiddish, right? Interesting, right? The gibberish that your child spoke. Did you record it? Like, and I'm not saying that recording things is good because the whole steals your spirit and stuff. That is true, but there's ways to do recordings with that not happening, at least not as much. But that's alien technology that you guys don't understand yet. But so let's not go there. I'm just saying, how many of you recorded, like from, a lot of you record the birth, but do you record, or I imagine hospitals do, of course they do, record what goes on is that the maternity ward where the babies are kept? That part, whatever that part is called, that special unit where the babies are inside the chambers, the isolation chamber, not isolation chambers, but that's what we call them. Anyway, so these, little places where they are until they're strong enough to go home with you, and all the gibberish they speak, their eye movements, their hand movements, their feet movements, all of that is witchcraft, by the way. Things they're doing. They're not only acclimating themselves to their new environment because they knew and understood where they were before they emerged from the womb, but now they're out here. They have to acclimate themselves and they have to cast spells. Babies cast. I'm going into stuff I shouldn't be. Okay. I can talk about it, but I'm not trying to make this longer than it's already been. Okay. Babies have to cast spells that they don't remember. You as a child, when you emerge from the womb, likely, you had to cast spells around you, protective fields. If I get emotional, it's because it's usually powerful stuff I'm talking about. Okay, I don't know if you ever stared into your child's eyes when your child was born. They're confused. A child when it's born is confused. It's like, what the fuck is going on? It just finished getting its fucking head pressed in, like in the movies where they do the kung fu move where they mash your head in and then your brain explodes. It just finished going through that. Meanwhile, hearing the entity that it was inside of going through excruciating pain and possibly the death thereof, they experienced that. And now they're in a hospital. Only imagine the difference between what the inside of a womb looks like, because they can see when there's radiant light outside, everything inside the womb looks kind of reddish and regions of dark. Don't ask me how I know. Another show we can do that, or some show where I'm on and you can ask me. Reddish. And so you go from that to all this weird looking shit because no one understands. For you as people and adults and humans, cars and buildings, all of that's normal to you. For us as entities that are not from here, who predate this place, normal for us is plant life and pools of water. That's why you birth your babies in pools of water so they can swim to the surface, to have some semblance of normalcy for that conversion period, where they can feel like they have some form of control. I'm going into shit I don't need to be talking about right now. Maybe I do. Fuck. When you're born as a child, you're smarter than your parents are. You have the knowledge of things they don't remember. You have the knowledge of things going on while you're inside of them. You have the knowledge of things that are outside of them because you can hear and smell and see and feel and touch everything that's happening in those 9 months. Oh, fuck. Give me a second. Okay. I don't like leaving these blank spots because you might think, it ended or something is wrong with. Just give me a second. Life is about control. When you're a zygote, you got that way because you were able to control things. Your spirit communed with the flesh commune with elements basically, and started controlling elements to create this barrier around yourself to protect you while you figure out what the fuck is going on, because you've left one realm to come to another. And the reason women lose babies is because they're like, the baby's like, fuck this shit. It could be because of your diet and other things going on. It could be because of 5G, 4G, 3G, all these things that to like, you know, us as people, it'll give us cancer. But to a zygote, to a single-celled organism, it's like a laser beam, a laser weapon. But moving outside of that, like, you know, you're forming this barrier around yourself. And once you figure out what's going on and that you can actually exist here, because it's kind of like if you jump off a building. If you jump off a building and you don't have wings, you're dropping. And you're going to hit that ground. It isn't any, hey, let me just be back on top of the building anymore. You have to make a decision. You can't kind of kill yourself mid-flight because you're scared to hit the ground, even though you might allow yourself to be scared to death of the fall. But you're headed towards that ground. So you need to protect yourself. The focus has to be on, like any good Black Ops agent, special forces, intelligence, security, to protect yourself from the inevitable. And so you build this barrier around yourself, which is the division of the cells. You probably don't know why I'm talking about all this right now, but you'll understand in a second. Division of the cells. And you start forming this body. And it happens so quickly because you understand the urgency. So no one understands when you create a child in your belly that you're drawing an entity from somewhere else who may or may not have decided to come here through you, who may have been somewhere else minding his business. I mean, imagine if you're a universal cop, I guess I can say it, as I have been and have been through this. You're somewhere eating on your break, your most beloved of 5-minute, 10-minute breaks, off hiding somewhere in your patrol UFO. Oh, this is going to be fun. In your patrol UFO. You're eating what cops here on Earth would regard as a donut, and you know, next thing you know, you're inside of somebody's belly. That's the short version. And you're like, what the fuck's going on here? This is what I get for eating a donut and hiding on break and taking a break and shit when I'm not supposed to. Anyway, so you're in the belly and you understand the urgency is I have to figure out what's going on here and I have to form some kind of protection around myself. That's why the cells divide so quickly. It's not some great joy in wanting to be a human. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? I got to make this barrier. And so it forms the heart, liver, skin, all these things first. You know, that's why if you see my earlier works, I say that God's real name is Masku. In Sumerian, it's skin. The skin is one of the first things to form because it's the barrier between you and everything else. In case you scientists didn't notice, and please use it for good and not for bad. The skin cells, that barrier, one of the first things to form. Along with the intelligence. You have the intelligence, which is the brain, or whatever semblance of a brain is in a zygote, to coordinate along with black operations, because at this point it's a black operation, the creation of this zygote. Because remember, if it's a white operation, then the enemy knows what's going on, what you're doing. You don't want that, so it's a black op. For a baby being created in your stomach, it's a black operation. And the intelligence service, which is the brain, and the Defense Department, the DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, part of that zygote, is all working together. Counterterrorism too, because they're trying to fight off insecurity. All these different aspects of what we have is, we know in society is the military-industrial complex or whatever. They're all just coming into formation. Remind you, before that, I or it was a cop somewhere. Or might have been just some kid walking down the street somewhere in some other dimension or whatever. And it's suddenly snatched into this belly, doesn't know where it's at, and it's drowning in H2O or whatever, and other fluids. And it needs to survive. So they're all trying to coordinate these efforts. It's kind of like a country getting attacked that didn't even know other countries existed. It's probably more like, if you want to say, an alien attack from alien civilizations you didn't know existed, with weapons that you had no clue of anything about. And you're like the Defense Department, you're trying to call the president's trying to call you, the citizens are running around the street frantic, they don't know what the fuck's going on. Everybody's trying to get their head on straight to deal with this. That's what a zygote is. Hold on for a second, because I'm making sure this is still recording. Wow, 2 hours and 20 minutes, Jesus Christ. I really got to wrap this up, but this is really getting good. Okay, I got a burp, hold on. Zygote, it is its own society, its own omniverse, trying to come to terms with surviving something, and it doesn't even know how to. It's all working together. And so why did I bring that up? Okay, so you have this baby. So understand how powerful, I want you to understand then how powerful it is to be a zygote. It is like, I can't even explain it to you. It's God, unless you're two evil fucks and you're creating a baby and you're trying to draw the spawn of Satan or some shit like that. Even though Satan isn't bad and demons aren't bad and devils aren't bad, that's another story. But you know what I mean. If it's drawing God into another realm in a state of confusion, because trust me, at that point, this could be an entity you're drawing from somewhere that had a very important mission and was maybe an angel or whatever, and you're drawing it into your belly to be born as a human and go through all this bullshit we all go through and put it through a bunch of bullshit, and it's confused. Remember, everyone, everything, everywhere is of God to some degree, no matter how old they are. Aliens, billions of years old, can get drawn and end up being a human baby. It happens. Shit happened to me, but I came here on purpose, kind of, sort of. Again. Anyway, we're not going to go into that part too deep right now. So that's what happens when we create a baby. A baby is very powerful. And so I said all this to say this. When that baby is emerging from your stomach, from that...
Raising consciousness and awakening mankind. This is End of Days Radio.
And welcome back to these last days. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from those shimmering broken ruins here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Ooh, I don't like it. It's too bright in here. Give me 1 second. Oh, much better. Much better. Much better. Whoa. I love when I can't see. Do you know why? Because it really makes me feel like I'm part of a radio show, right? I don't need to see what's going on. As long as I can hear it, that's fine with me. If everything is just darkness, it makes it a little hard to type. Luckily, I can feel my way around. But I like it to be spooky because it's October and it's Halloween. Yeah, well, I need a little light. But anyways, I digress. it is time. Sorry, I really can't see. It is time for the much anticipated, much celebrated mind blowing moment of the day. Today's mind-blowing moment of the day is brought to you by the Vatican, as well as the Templars and the Priory of Zion. I'm going to say my mind-blowing moment of the day was when we found out that there was actually a connection between the Order of Nine Angles and the Temple of Set. That blows my mind. Are all these Satanists connected? Is it some kind of hive mind? Or do they just love each other? Is it because they have the same goals? Or they're sacrificing kittens together? I don't know. But the whole thing blows my mind. Let's see if our pals have any mind-blowing moments of their own. Clint, what about you? Are you there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the secret societies are all. It's like the Russians base their cell compartmentalized intelligence on the secret societies, where the secret societies all seem different, but they're all working towards the same goal, just like the compartmentalized groups that are pro-Soviet or pro-whatever. And
agreed.
But like I find it really interesting that modern media is claiming 1013 that 1013 is the new jihad day or something. Did you hear about that?
No, but given the hysterics that have been going on these past few days, whenever that initial attack happened, it would not surprise me. People are very angry, and by people, I specifically mean, how should I put it? Those that are sympathetic towards Palestine, and also those that just have a jihadi sort of mentality, which I feel are two different things. They are very riled up. In France, they're beating the crap out of anybody that protests. I believe that's going on in a few other places as well.
Well, it's like 1013 is the anniversary of the Templar deaths. And I think that's why it's strange that they would have it the same day. I don't think it's a coincidence.
No, Friday the 13th.
But that situation though, about how it like before the break we were going to talk about the situation and like the letter from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini, where Mazzini was the head of the mafia and also part of the Vatican, and that the letter, the Third World War, outlined how they would bring about this it specifically states Islam,
New World Order.
Yeah, in other books it's mentioned where Mazzini and Albert Pike were putting Satan on the throne of Earth type of thing, like the new satanic I forget the
King of Terror, Man of Terror, or the King of Terror. From their own words and their own literature, he goes by some sort of name like that.
Oh yeah.
And they call him like the King of Magicians, and they give him titles like that as well. Like he's supposed to be a sorcerer.
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole idea of the king of the world and stuff. It's goes back to the Lucifer, the Lucifer theology of, the devil being put on earth and he was stuck here for 1,000 years. You're familiar with that, right?
Definitely. I know that. Man, you see, Revelations is confusing because I'm sure you know this, but there's like the first battle and then there's the second battle. The first battle ends in the peaceful kingdom where we're supposed to have 1,000 years of peace. And then after that happens, which I believe shouldn't have happened yet, then the final battle happens. Kind of like the Narnia books, the last book in the series of the Narnia books is called The Last Battle.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not a coincidence. Or that is it.
No. C.S. Lewis was really into this stuff. And Lovecraft was. And who's the other guy? Tolkien. Hey, Dr. Robert, you got a mind-blowing moment of the day?
Yeah, I'm really interested in that that smiley clown cult murder you're talking about, like the secret society just kind of get like a green light to kill people and be infected?
Yeah, that is a scary topic, man.
Tell me.
If you go back and you watch the episode of End of Days Radio from years ago called The Smiley Face Killers, you will get the whole story. And keep in mind, after you listen to that I was getting some like online harassment probably from these people after it happened.
Like real death threats,
huh? Pseudo stuff, like, you know, all these Smurf accounts saying stuff like, this guest sucks, never have him on again. You guys are stupid. This sucks. This is real childish nonsense. All from Smurf accounts.
I get that all the time now, man. Even on threads, man. Like just dumb shit. Like, whoa.
Yeah, I seen some of that aimed at you.
Yeah,
and then also they
tanked.
Yeah, they tanked the dislikes back when YouTube had dislikes. I don't think they still have them, but like this show never gets a whole lot of dislikes. But like overnight, over the course of just like a few hours, there was like 40 or 50 of them. Like they just used some bots to just like screw with my numbers.
That's straight narcissistic rage.
And then check this out. I actually email William, who was just on the show just now, 25 minutes ago, and he tells me that this is happening to all the hosts of the shows he goes on. So they're literally following him around and harassing anybody that has him on their show. That's why I'm taking a stand right here, and I'm saying I don't care what kind of bullshit you guys throw at me. I'm going to have William Ramsey on the show. I'm going to have whoever the fuck I want to have on the show because I'm not bowing down to you Nazi pedophile pieces of shit.
You got to give them guys the finger.
The Illuminati, the ruling elite, they don't want us to have any sort of individual radio or anything that's not corporate ran because they want to control all of the rhetoric and all of the left-right paradigm, like the this versus that.
Can I add something to that too?
Yeah.
Because like the state has their own like patron gods that they kind of are service to, so they don't want us praying to like rival gods that might come in and undermine their agendas. That's why the shaman and the free thinkers are sort of like shunned and discredited and devalued because we are serious threats to the actual gods of the state. Because we fuck with forces we don't understand sometimes, and sometimes we might be praying or summoning or conjuring a god or a vengeful god that wants revenge on those gods. So that's another thing you can add to it too.
It's like they don't want us.
Form of rebellion.
Well, it doesn't really matter what religion or anything that we have, as long as if it's not their sanctioned religions, they don't want it. You know what I mean? But they have been destroying.
I'm assuming spirituality is real. So like,
I believe it's real.
So in that context, though, yes, also, like we pray to different gods, man. It's like, we're enemies of the state too. So like, we're actually petitioning spirits and deities to aid us in overthrowing this wicked system. So
what blows my mind is like, okay, what if what we're experiencing now is nothing but the same stuff that was going on in ancient times? Like, let's say there's literally a patron god of communism, or there's a patron god of the United States, et cetera, et cetera. What if these are just city-states, tribal city-states warring just like ancient times, so that their god, their fourth dimensional or fifth dimensional entity, can be at the top of the heap?
That's real talk. No, I believe that shit. That's real talk. You know who else believes that? Like Nietzsche talks about it, man. He calls it eternal return. So Nietzsche's eternal return. So basically, like, we're just kind of like reliving the same sequence over and over again. That's why you ever heard that? You ever heard like that test he gives? Like it's like a test. Like he goes, what if like an evil daemon came to you right now who had all the knowledge of the world in your future, and he told you that this life that you're living now, you would have to live over and over again, innumerably, for eternally, which would always not remember each time you did it, right? And so how would that make
Like
you feel?
Groundhog's Day.
But
your
how would
whole
that
life.
make you feel? If that somebody told you that, like, how would that make you feel?
I'd be like, give me the weed.
No, that's
Clint's
the
like,
right
I don't
answer.
give a fuck.
That's
I'm gonna smoke
the
weed
right
anyway.
answer. That's the right answer. Because basically, if that's the case, then you want to live the best possible life you can, because you'll get to live that life over and over again. So you want to make, so understanding that, you would create like the most perfect and beautiful life. You wouldn't waste 1 minute of your life. You would do everything you wanted. You would have all your gear, all the sex you want, because you'll live it all over again for eternity.
Well, that type of thinking, though, is so, they want us to be addicted to the pleasures of the senses. But what I was going to say is before, what's really messed up is that they have all the main religions. The religions worship the initiates, where like in Freemasonry and the occult, the initiate represents Lucifer or Jesus. And so
that's weird.
The people
not really the body of Christ.
Well, they worship the initiates of the priesthood, and they
it's
don't
like
know it.
The newest people are the ones on top in a way.
Well, like the whole concept of the priest king ruler, or the god king ruler, it goes back, incredibly far, to at least like 4,000 BC, I would say. But like like how in Babylon, I came across the thing where like Marduk, where Marduk means king, I'm pretty sure, in Babylonian, but like there were different kings. I noticed in any type of dynasty or culture, there would always be kings or rulers that had two names. One was their family name, and the other was their secret society or their god name. Where like so like Ramses II, his real name was something else. Or like Akhenaten. Akhenaten in Egyptian means beneficiary of Aten, which means Aten is the hidden one, or the secret, like the secret word. Because it all goes back to the phrase, in the beginning was the word, and from the word came the flesh, which that wasn't originally Christian, it was Egyptian. And it was about Ptah speaking himself into existence. And that
real quick, Clint, do you know who Ptah is?
Well, he was it's kind of like it was the pre-dynastic Egypt supreme god that created the universe.
Well, if you get into Sitchin and all that, Ptah is actually another name for Enki.
Huh. Well, I understood that it was associated with a bull. But in the story, though, Ptah's son was like a precursor for Jesus. But I'm trying to dig up the name. Kansu, not I can't remember his son's name, but a temple that I was researching in lower Egypt, like possibly not even farther south than Egypt, was like a triple-headed lion temple where the stories all mesh together with the Masonic grip of the lion's paw religion of pre-Illuminati Masonry, and mixed with ancient like my profile picture is an Egyptian glyph of the initiate receiving the being reborn through the grip of the lion's paw. In that, which like in the Bible stuff,
this has something to do with the Sphinx.
Well, it has to, yeah, because I believe the Sphinx was originally a statue dedicated to Jesus, because what's like Jesus back then wasn't what the churches have made it today, where it was a thing that it was about praying to win the battle against evil, in a way, where it was like it's really difficult to explain. But I
get what you're kind of getting at, because let's look at the facts. So we know for a fact, if you are a Christian or somebody that studies or believes in Christ, you know that Christ spent time in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
And then we also know that the Jews, they came from Egypt.
Yeah.
They literally went from Egypt and they crossed the Red Sea and they settled in the land of Canaan. So we got two major intersections with Egypt there. And then there's also the fact that if you compare the Egyptian language to ancient Hebrew, I believe, they look almost exactly the same.
Oh yeah, the old what is it called? Coptic, like Coptic Christian.
Yes. In fact, there's something known as the Coptic Church, which is the true oldest church.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to the Vatican, which is actually the synagogue of Satan.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. But kind of what I was getting at with the Christian thing about a secret, like you know how it says that that in the Bible it says about giving it to Peter or whatever, and like but I think some of the apostles, I think they had cities. like the city of John was Thyatira, but the city of Peter, I believe, is Petra, because Petra is Greek for Peter, and Peter is Latin for pater. Like, have you ever heard of the street named Pater's Son? I mean, if you think about it, the street's called Father's Son, Pater, but that could relate to.
Isn't there? Aren't there gods that are named Pater?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. I mean, I was talking about it on one of the things where
does that mean father, like father or something like that? Maybe like
yeah, it just means father. But but like it's like how the scientists name matter after the Latin word for mother, which is mater, and they do all this weird stuff like that with the words, and like William Cooper goes over some etymologies that are so advanced, where like there's so many people online that you got to watch out for that are spitting fake etymologies, like Mark Passio. Like he's just
there's a lot of charlatans online, man. Makes my stomach hurt.
Yeah, Mark Passio, I called him out on the radio, and he said on the radio he was never a member of the satanic or Luciferian churches. And then he edited the radio show. He edited the part out and edited part of what I was saying out. And then when he archived the stuff, and I've got witnesses who were listening to me live on the telephone calling in because I was trolling him.
Nice.
Because
nice. I love that. Well, I'm gonna get you a big pat on the back for that, Clint. I love that shit.
Well, he was saying all this stuff, and I'm like, so I asked him, is it possible that your past satanic membership has compromised your current opinions? And he just blew up on me, started calling me names, and
oh man,
we need to.
What's that, Dr. Robert?
He touched the nerve, man. We got an old saying in the African community: throw a rock in a crowd of dogs. The only one that hollers is the one that gets hit.
Damn, that was pretty good.
I'm trying to remember if we ever had him on this show. We may have, but it was a long time ago.
Mark Passio, though, he just flat out said what he's like, I was never a member of either of those, and it was like, and then, if you Google his name, you'll see half his episodes are called Ask an Ex-Satanist type of, and it's like, come on, man. Like, I've tried to, I don't know, but it's enough about him. He's really, I mean,
well, real quick, I want to.
Wait,
what's that?
I want to show everybody something real quick. This is from back in. Hold on, let me make it bigger. This is from 2021, right? This is Twitter, of course, and this is me tweeting. I mean, I re-quoted this specific tweet, but I can actually bring the actual tweet up. So I'm saying here, keep your eye on Israel, Gaza specifically, and the Temple Mount. Don't let the media make you believe this is about annexation when it is a religious end times issue related to Muhammad and Israel's third temple. So this was 2 years ago. I called it. That's a hit. I called the prophecy. I told everybody it was going to happen. Many chose not to believe me, but here it is. 2 years ago, I called this. I said exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah,
keep your eye on Gaza.
Recognition too. You need your recognition for that too. Fuck yeah, claim it.
Definitely.
Told you so.
Can you
told you so.
this link on the can you put this link on the main screen and then scroll to the paragraph about the Third World War? It's just like a little, like 3 paragraphs down.
What? I mean, is that something that you just saw, or?
Well, no, this has to do with what you said and what I was saying earlier about the letter of Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini.
Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, hold on, let me get this up first.
Like super detrimental to the whole Gaza thing because it's been planned 150 years in advance. You know, it's all coordinated. It's like a science, political science.
Oh, you're bringing us onto the Bibliotheca Pleiades.
Oh yeah. But see, the original wording of the letter is really hard to find. But this one where it says the Second World War Nazism, that word was a different word in the original letter. But I've traced the letter into books where they mention the letter and talk about the letter and quote it. But see, the Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agent. See, that word wasn't the original wording either, but it's a paraphrased version of it. Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. And that thing right there where the Islamic world was created by the Vatican Knights Templar, not the pre-Vatican Knights Templar, and that the political Zionists were created by the British Illuminati. But the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the political Zionism mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke the formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minorities of the revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into the public view. I'm out of breath.
No worries. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. So what is up with this? Look, they want to destroy Christianity and atheism. That doesn't even make sense. What's going to be left? Yeah.
All the atheists turn into the belief of man as God, where they get a hold of the egotistical rhetoric and then they think they're God. And they adapt onto the belief because it's such a self-fulfilling prophecy type thing where it's like an ego trip. The Illuminati makes religions into ego trips, and everybody who partakes in the religion doesn't actually learn anything and is a victim of this ego trip system.
That's real. That's real talk. Yeah, that's real shit.
That's why they're all so devoted to it, because they think.
Yeah. Christian talks about that too. It's egotism masquerading as quietism.
Oh yeah, like so the Mormons, or like even the Catholics. You know, they invoke Jesus in their heart. They're saying.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. And I say this shit all the time, man. All the fucking time. Being a guru, any of that type of shit, that is, to me, that is some deeply pathological shit. Like to feel like you're the only one who has the truth and want people to follow you, and you actually want to like bear that responsibility of like spiritually leading people. It always ends up bad, man. Like they're all stuck. Like all the gurus are stuck, man. Always sleeping with the followers, all that shit, dude. Like,
check this out. Check this out. So, okay, I mean, obviously that struck me just head on. I mean, destroying Christianity and atheism, and with this whole idea of, you know, the person is the God, the New Age spiritualism, Luciferianism. I was saying the other day about how it seems to me that the book of Revelations is talking about a future transhumanistic society. And how is that possible when it was written in the past? That's crazy.
Well, Babylon, it's like culture. It doesn't need technology to advance. Babylon was parallel to the Aztec Empire in its fall, with the emoji language and the sacrifice and it's like the whole thing about this whole thing is that it all goes back to Babylon, and it all goes back to this God King ruler situation where their system is still in effect. And that's why William Cooper names his main study course at the beginning of his radio show. He calls it Mystery Babylon, because of the words in the Greek in the Revelations, which says on the scarlet whore's head was the words Babylon the Great. And that's what's going on is so complex. I could talk about it all day, and I definitely, it's just crazy. It's like, I'm not even pro-religious, and I know that the Satanists run shit. They want to destroy Christianity. They've killed Christians all over the world. Guess what? Nagasaki and Hiroshima were in Japan. Those were the only two Christian cities. And they
what? I have not heard that before. That's wild, man.
And then the idea that they use the word,
the
Jewish word Holocaust to describe Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And Holocaust in a Jewish dictionary says burnt offering. And you see, the communists and the socialists, it all goes back to Moloch. And the day of sacrifice to Moloch was May 1st, which is the socialist communist holiday. May 1st, when the people all riot all over the world, the socialist riots, the communist riots. May 1st to Moloch. You see, and I'm not even pro-religious, but this is the research. What it boils down to is a group worshiping the dog star, practicing the Babylonian rites, and ruling us with an iron fist.
It's a scary shit, man. But that interview we just did with William Ramsey, plus what we're talking about now, what more evidence do people need out there?
Well, people
don't want to think this shit is real. That's what that's just about. They're just scared.
Yeah.
They're perfectly dumbed down. We're living
that too, but for the most part, man, like a lot of people can't handle that level of truth, man. I'm telling you, man, it's just a little too much, man. Like we have a lot of shit from ourselves, dude. We basically live in the universe that eats itself to survive. We tell each other really how, just everything about it, man, is like hostile environment for real, dude.
That's getting back into Nietzsche and like the will to power, where even on an individual cell basis, every living creature is trying to dominate one another.
Yeah, real shit.
Well, that's where Christianity goes against the grain, because they were trying to help people and stuff, and get rid of this animal instinct.
Yeah, this whole thing in Gaza, it's especially troubling to me because, throughout me doing the show, and since I was a young man, like I remember I was probably just like 9-10 years old, maybe as old as 12, I don't remember, but I was watching the news and I saw what was going on in Israel, and even as a child I could tell that the way things were unfair to the Muslims and the Palestinians. So I was a child, and even I could see that something was wrong, yet everywhere I looked was this reinforcing this idea that it's okay to kill these people. It's okay to genocide them. And here in the present day, I'm a little bit more on the fence, like I choose to be about a lot of things, because, I know that Hamas probably did kill those people. That's not right either. Violence is not okay. Killing people is not okay. But I sympathize for just the common person that has to be in the middle of all these psyops and false flag killings and acts of terror and acts of war and bombings and stuff like that. My heart goes out to all the innocent individuals, children, women, anybody that...
Man, exactly, dude. Like, these people aren't normal, everyday people, man. These are people in the grip of PTSD. Sooner or later, they're going to explode, man. You guys remember that prison show Oz?
I heard a lot about it. I never actually watched it, but I heard it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, in Oz, man, it was this one guy who was like a kind of like a weak little white guy, maybe like a teacher or ex-lawyer or something like that. And as soon as he gets to the prison, man, this white supremacist guy like takes him under his wing, pretends to be helping him out, and then finally just rapes him. You know what I mean? It takes his manhood from him. But over time, man, he keeps abusing this guy. And at one point, man, like the guy he's abusing, man, the lawyer guy, one day just snaps, dude, and turns into this vicious, ferocious being. And now he's literally like taking it to the head of the white, like hitting him in the fucking face with like weights. He like dropped the weight on him, you know, like it's on the guy's neck. He pulled down his pants and shit it on his face. Like at one point, man, like PTSD triggers that fight and flight mode, right? And then when you have people back in the corner where they can't flee anymore, they're naturally going to fight. And we're not taking into account like the psychological elements that's taking place in a region of the world that's actually going through that type of horror, man. I mean, like bombs exploding, you know, buildings being blown up, children being killed, no water, poisoning your goddamn water, seeing your people suffer all these fucked up illness and shit, man. You're gonna fucking snap, dude.
Well, here's the thing is that the whole, it's like this whole situation, it's a parallel of the movie The Man Who Would Be King, where that's the only openly Masonic movie with the guy who plays Bond, damn, what's his name, the older Bond, Sean Connery.
Oh, Sean Connery.
Yeah. Sean Connery's badass.
I mean, he's the best Bond. Yeah, nobody can touch him.
Well, but this movie though, they're clearly Masons. They go back and forth with the signs, symbols, and passwords and so on. But in the movie, the plot of the movie is that they go to this country in India and that they pit these tribes against each other to build their armies. And they keep doing this until they're huge. And fucking but that's what they do in the mainstream is the Rothschilds and all these other elites, they arm two sides, then they put them against each other, and the synthesis of the war creates the desired result of what the rich people want, you know. And then
That, my father taught me that. It's interesting you say that, man. He said they did the same to the Native Americans. You know, they go to the Mohican and they say, "Hey, man, the Cherokees say you stink." You know,
yeah, they sold it.
Yeah, you go to the Cherokee. They say, "Yeah, the Mohicans say you stink," right? And we feel like they really offended you. And look, we got these beautiful guns right here, and we got fire water, and we got bullets, you know, and they like create like a Hatfield McCoy situation.
Yeah,
you know, when we talk about the guys, they create the discord. You know what I mean? And then they sit back and watch everybody fight.
That kind of happened with the Apaches and the Comanches as well, where they started getting horses and shit like that. And the Apaches and Comanches were like some of the only groups that the settlers couldn't fuck with because they were smart enough to start using the horses and the guns against them. But eventually, it started to turn into a war between the Apaches and the Comanches, which was probably beneficial for the the settlers.
Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. That's how you do it.
By the way, Last of the Mohicans is a pretty fucking badass movie.
Oh, I love that movie, man. Ooh, and the music is proper too, man. Man, Daniel Day-Lewis.
Have you guys been watching the Reservation Dogs show?
I love that show.
It's pretty good.
It has the guy from Last of the Mohicans on it, the bad guy, Mowgli or whatever his name is.
I know you're talking about, he was bad with that mohawk in that knife.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I love that show. Like it's so different and creative.
Yeah, I guess it's the only Native.
Now, what's the name of it?
Oh, it's like Reservoir. It's like a play on the movie Reservoir Dogs, but it's called Reservation Dogs.
What?
It's about these kids that grow up on like a Native American reservation. It's just really unconventional, and it's got a pretty interesting type of humor on it. I recommend anybody to watch that. It's like people need to watch it so they can keep it going.
I'm gonna definitely watch that shit, dude.
Well, it's like
I'm so lucky in the show.
I mean,
get all these
we're all driving res cars.
It's got Bobby Lee in it in a few places.
Yeah, it's pretty good show.
There, huh? I've been getting into shows lately, really. I've been kind of like meditating.
Well, plus the show has a shamanic aspect too, which is nice. I mean,
Yeah, I love that. They talk about magic in it. Like, who would figure that? Like, I'm learning about magic from some like goofy TV show on Netflix or whatever it's on. Hulu. I think it's on Hulu.
Yeah.
And it's called Reservation Dog. Oh yeah, I got Hulu too.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna check it out, man.
Each tribe had a different. What's interesting is the tribes were all when the pre-Illuminati Masons came to America, they realized the tribes were practicing Masonry, but they didn't know how they came across it. Like, I'm related to the Blackfoot tribe, and there were degrees in the Blackfoot tribe of initiation, and you were initiated into the Thunderbird clan, and like each tribe was associated with a different animal and different properties of the Oneida tribe was known for battle or protection. The Blackfoot was known for being talkers, talking to all the other tribes, or like the that type of thing. Kind of like
no, that makes sense to me, man. That makes sense to me.
But each one had different rites of it. Like the Blackfoot, theirs was like a pain initiation for one of their rites. I'm sure you're familiar with that one.
Yeah, this feeds all into that Jekyll Island stuff.
But like the whole shamanism aspect, where there's an interesting story which I brought up before, the Raven story from Alaska, but the Raven story in Alaska has all the same symbology as the Jesus story, and that's what's crazy. But it mixes the Pandora's box Greek mythos with it, which is even more interesting.
I always like the idea that, in the effort to explain this type of stuff, is that Jesus just keeps coming back.
But the Garden of Eden is Pandora's box when they eat the apple.
True.
The apple, it's all the same shit, dude.
Well, and there's also Mithras, and there's
Mithras
what's his name?
The
Zoroaster.
Yeah, that's that whole Persian thing was that is still in effect, where Freemasonry was partially taken over by Mithraism, and Vatican is Mithraism. If you go under the Vatican, there's a temple of Mithra right under it. I mean, you can Google it.
That's linked to the eunuch stuff too. The Mithraism, chopping one's balls off.
They all have secret societies, man, because like every civilization, dude, you're gonna have the spirit of discontent. And then if you're in society, dude, that doesn't tolerate that shit, dude, you're gonna have to do it in secret.
You know what I thought was super trippy was when I was reading the Book of Enoch, and at the beginning of the story of the fall of the Watchers, they talk about how they started a secret society among the humans where they were having sex with the human women. It was like they're bringing priestesses into this temple and impregnating them. And what was that?
The Nephilim and Seraphim. Yeah. That whole situation is really like Jordan Maxwell really goes into that situation where the sons of God type, the sons of angels, where or the sons of demons, and that they were. He references all sorts of biblical quotes on that subject, and that concept is.
That goes back to what I was telling you in the last show, Daniel. How women, that power of women, man, even turn the fucking giants out, man.
Even demons want to bang them.
They couldn't even resist them, dude. I've been trying to tell motherfuckers take that shit lightly, dude. I'm telling you, man, women are the reason, man. We do everything we fucking do, dude. First we get the money, then we get the power, then we get the women.
Well, that's why the
women, man.
Exactly.
That's why the communists and the socialists and the Satanists created feminism, because they wanted to empower. And any person that you see that's empowered by some type of political thing or any type of genre of any cultural thing, typically you'll see that you'll notice that empowerment of the person is a tool of the above. It's a tool of the elites where they empower the masses.
Well, one thing that I point out about that, sorry to cut you off, but when they used feminism to get the wife in the workplace, which doubled their money.
Oh yeah, plus it simultaneously destroyed the American way of life and the family. Because that's what the Soviets wrote specifically about, was destroying the American family, and they wrote about it.
Yeah, which it's a trip. That's karma, dude. And that's
It's like,
exactly what America did to what they call the African American, my people. Like
well,
they broke
you
up our
understand
family.
Yep.
it's
Destabilization.
Yeah.
the whole slavery issue was part of the secret societies and their 12 tribes of Judah thing, where they believe in this 12 tribes concept, and that, you know, it's like they will just, like, it's like how the Nazis thought they were the Aryans. Aryans was the tribe of what's that word, the tribe of Nephiths or something, or damn, I can't remember the
Yeah,
biblical
there's a lot of theories, like, because there's also the Aryans that were from India too. There's the
Yeah.
Indo-Aryans.
Well,
They're white too, though,
the
because they have a color caste system. Yeah, they were white, though.
Well, the thing is that at some point, something that was originally just star lore became perverted and started turning into madness, and that's when they thought there was actual people who were these tribes, and that's where some of the racism started, where, because they used to think that black people were from the bloodline of Cain, and that they would pervert the Bible.
I heard that story before. Yeah. I heard that story before. That's a famous.
Yeah, so they would claim that an entire race, it's just ridiculous how they pervert something that was once some type of sacred hidden knowledge, and then they use it for their own manipulation to rationalize their own evil. And that's what the problem is that the perversion of words.
It's just ego boost. It's just ego boost.
Words are magic, and when they change the words and alter the words and pervert the words, like the whole Soviet stuff, the lingo of the younger people with the word Borghese, or I'm not sure. Where it's like the modern terms think it means upper class, but then when you look it up, it meant middle class. And that in America in the 90s, they destroyed the middle class, and they do these things in steps. It's like a 70-year plan. And William Cooper documents the plan starting, even before the 50s. It started in the 1600s when the Queen and the kings realized they were losing the grip of power, and that through the peasants' revolt, they seen that there was gonna be a problem, and so they created these layers like on an onion, and so everybody could point fingers and blame somebody, but they're never gonna point the finger at the person who's actually, holding the ball. The person there's a psychological, because it's just narcissistic supply. We're all proto narcissists. So if you can find out what somebody's fantasy is, right? Like the life they really want to have, and you can talk to them away, you can use words basically to kind of manipulate them into seeing that that's the life you're going to provide for them. You can wrap them around your little finger. That's really all that shit is, basically. Well, I mean, that's the idea of how they, the whole aspect of alchemy being a psychology and not anything to do with metal, that it was all about psychology, and it always was.
It's all black magic, man. All that shit's black magic.
Oh, yeah.
It's what it is. It's just black magic, dude.
Well, if you look up black magic in certain occult books, it'll state that it has to do with hypnotism and mesmerism, and and the whole hypnotism aspect, where the roots of hypnotism only go back to secret societies.
Yeah, but you got to separate the good from the bad, though, because remember, up until, at least how the story's told, up until the advent of the Bavarian Illuminati, all these secret societies like the Masons and stuff like that didn't necessarily have an evil purpose. Like, most of them came from Egypt, and Egyptians, going back to this whole bloodline of Cain thing, if for that to be true, it would have had to come through Noah's bloodline. Like, his wife, one of his wives, would have had to be descendant from Cain for that to make any sense. But Noah had 3 or 4 different sons, and one of his sons, Ham, whose name was also Chem or Shem, one of the two. I need to reread this stuff, but that's actually where the Egyptians come from, is Chem, like the land of Chem, which means black. And the word chemistry comes from Chem, as in Egypt. So chemistry, like the real alchemy, actually comes from Egypt.
Yeah. That's accurate. But like the older alchemy seemed to have been Christian alchemy, and then it was later perverted by the sun worshippers and Mithra cults, where they seen it as a tool and then they perverted it. And it's like the original, like how you're saying the older secret societies were good. You know, it's like the Templars prior to 1307 were giving the common people of Europe loans that were tax and interest free, but then they were taxing the Prince Philip of France, and they were taxing the Pope. And the thing is that the Pope and the King of France were like, we don't like these Templars controlling us with this giant amount of debt that we owe them, you know, because they were compiling interest and so on. And so then that's when then King Philip of France and the Pope, they plotted to kill the Templars, which I believe was possibly, you know, they chose October 13th, you know, 1013. They chose it as some sort of ceremonial sacrificial day. And then they took the Templars, who were pro-Christianity at the time, and then they labeled them as Satanists, and then they slew them all. You know, they made them confess. I believe they made them confess the very things that they were doing.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a ring eclipse tomorrow where you can see the actual like sun behind the eclipse, where there's like a ring about it, and that's supposedly some very holy magical day, and that has a lot to do with why the Gaza attack is kind of corresponding around this Friday the 13th eclipse sort of time frame.
Well, I've noticed the secret societies, it's like they worship the stars and stuff, but the early Christians, they only used the stars as tools, and they didn't worship any idolatry like that. And like it's crazy how Jordan Maxwell, he's like saying that the Romans called the Christians atheists, not because they didn't believe in God, but because they didn't believe in the Roman God. Like, oh, you don't believe in
Check this out. Julius Caesar, not many people know this, but he was actually a priest from when he was like way younger and way far away from ever becoming emperor or Caesar, I should say, because that's a whole different thing. He was a priest. He was a holy man. He was a religious guy.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
A priest of Jupiter. Sorry.
It's like
because you have to have vision. You have to have a cause for people to rally behind. That makes perfect sense to me. You have to give them purpose.
Well, it's like the Emperor of Rome has always been known as the Sol Invictus, which means sun. I forget what Invictus means, like, but it means sun position or something like that. But
they're the chief position of the state, basically. Yeah. They're the next before you go to God, basically. They're representatives of God, which makes them like the chief priest, basically.
Well, not our God, though. See, it's the sun. It's like in Freemasonry where... I'm
not talking about the understanding just as far as position-wise, like the meaning behind it. They're actually like the chief priest.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is that in the east of the temples, because all the temples, the Temple of Solomon is the witchcraft temple. And like whatever Christianity was about some other type of temple, and that the Temple of Solomon, that's a symbol of the lodge. The master mason of the temple sits at the east, which is a symbol of the rising sun. And that you can go to, like, I would bet money if you went to the Vatican, his throne is in the east. They always, like, there's that one room with the pillars or in the very center.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, it's like
and a lot of magical ritual, I think I talked about this last week, but it has to do with like turning around to the east, to the west, to the north, and it won't work unless you actually use a compass and make sure you're orientated in that direction.
Oh yeah, like one of the squaring of the lodges in Masonry, they like go to the corners and stomp in the directions, and
use that wand or a sword too, and you just kind of point like this.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's like self-hypnosis. The marching.
It is.
It's just self-hypnosis, dude. That's
exactly.
What basically.
You're affecting your own mind.
Yeah.
And then
That's
that's
the movie
affecting
meditation.
the external consciousness, which is the world we live in, the world dream.
Yeah. It's just it's moving meditation, basically.
Because people
And
have
the
too solid of an
and all that
idea
stuff.
of reality. Sorry, go ahead, Clint.
Well, it's like the dark side got a hold of the initiation, because the original Freemasonry and stuff up to like 1700s ish was Christianity in base, and that only in like the 1790s up to like the 1890s was it, that's when the Illuminati.
That looks so good.
That's when the Illuminati fully took over Masonry, and that they turned it into, because the Illuminati was Vatican, and Masonry was against the Vatican because the Vatican killed Jacques de Molay, who was the head master of the Knights Templar, and in the 32nd degree oath, which is still a pre-Vatican takeover oath, it states that they would seek revenge against the death of Jacques de Molay from the king in the
And it's like 50 people in the chat. That is so fucking cool.
And then there's the fact that the junior division of the Freemasons is called De Molay. I had this one kid. He was trying so hard to get me to join De Molay. He's like, "Yeah, man, there's girls there. You like to hang out with girls. You like to dance." Looking back, I should have joined that shit. I could have got laid at an early age.
It's interesting you said that shit. And if you notice, I just want to bring this up real quick. It's interesting because they're very manipulative. If you notice how like a lot of Mormons, man, they send a lot of women out there. I'm telling you, man, I had women like want to come into my house as a man, like 2 women in my house as a man, and then tell me about Jesus. They get real close to you and touch your thighs sometimes, try to create emotional connection. I'm serious,
Come
dude.
to my house.
Well, what's crazy is the Mormons. You remember in the 90s, you never seen any black Mormons in the 90s because they're a undercover white supremacist group, basically.
Oh hell yeah, they are.
And I don't even usually talk about that subject, but like
man.
They're low key, low key hate, and that's what
these black people curse. That's what that used to be like a very like solid facet of their religious doctrine that black people were cursed.
The Mormons practice witchcraft. They have the degrees.
Of course. Oh man, John Smith, man, was a sorcerer.
They changed the degrees. The original guy.
Magic underwear.
Well, Joseph Smith, yeah.
Yeah, well, he seemed like he was not necessarily on because modern Mormonism, it was altered after they killed him. They changed the whole doctrine. And that
but that happens to everyone, even in the church, because you always have these charismatic figures who think they have a better understanding than everyone else. And then they all have their underlings, and they kind of all branch off. You have all these different branches. The same happened to the Nation of Islam. You have the 5%ers. Then you have the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's son has his own version of the Nation of Islam because he thinks he's the rightful successor. And then you have Farrakhan, who thinks he's like the spiritual successor. But you have all these different little groups, man, that kind of do and splinter off and do their own thing.
Well, that's the thing is. Well, all these people are all they're low key Shriners, and the Shriner symbol is the scimitar with the crescent moon, which has to do with Venus and has to do with Islam. And you'll see
that's the symbol for Allah, isn't it?
Yeah, because the Vatican Knights Templar created Islam, and that the secret societies run everything. It's like all the
in Sitchin's books. He actually says that
nothing but a cultocracy.
Definitely, but in Sitchin's books, he talks about how that Schmitter, that sword and moon or whatever, that's actually representative of the god Sin.
Oh yeah, well the Sin originally did demote to the moon, according to Jordan Maxwell's research.
Now, who is the god Sin?
Well, it's not necessarily a god. It's like the ancient people lacked adjectives, so they would use words in a twisted way to try to explain something. Where they thought the moon was making women like cheat on them, or you know what I mean? Like they thought the moon was making a murderer murder. They thought it was a force that was somehow, like how the myth of werewolves, where people turn into werewolves. and it's somehow
Yeah.
caused by
I
the
think there's
moon.
something to that shit though. I really do.
Oh,
Like I'm not. I'm
hell
not,
yeah,
I'm
hell
not,
yeah,
yeah, dude. Yeah, I think there's
100%
something to
real.
that shit.
It's like Jordan
Yeah, yeah,
Maxwell
yeah, yeah.
breaks it down to the symbolism, whereas like Moses went to went to the mountain called Sin Ai, Sinai,
Mount Sinai.
and
Yeah,
that
Mount Sinai.
well, it meant mountain of the moon in the language in Arabic,
Wow.
and that it's all symbolism. The Old Testament is pure symbolism, and it breaks down to a story that's about all these locations, and same with a lot of the New Testament seems to be symbolism, but I have found
I think my mind's getting blown here.
well, it's like old masonry was the symbolism that unlocked the keys of the Bible, and that's what the whole symbolism was about. Was it was encrypted to hide it from the Romans, but it became so encrypted that people lost the meanings of the encryptions. And to this day, every Masonic book
That makes sense to me because even like intuitively, my ancestors did that. Like like a lot of those spiritual songs, they were actually communicating like a hidden message. Like they say stuff like I'm going to River Jordan. I hope God is watching my way. And what he's saying is I'm about to leave this motherfucker tonight, and anybody who's pathetically getting the fuck off this plantation, like look out for me, man. You know?
Oh yeah, like they were gonna jailbreak.
Yeah, cover for me. Yeah, but it's all so they were able to to take, and that's like they call the old what they call them but it's prophetic gospel preachers. Because reason like in the back of the day, man, we use the Bible more as an inspiring story because to us, what the Hebrews went through is what we're going through in America.
Oh yeah, well that's
so
because
so we would use those stories to understand our life path in America, like the suffering that we're going through.
Hey, check this
out.
Check this out real quick. Now, Dr. Robert, you talked about ancestors a second ago. We are currently talking about Allah /sin / possibly Yahweh. Well, this God of the Old Testament, he forbid magic. And he did that because he does not want you or me or Clint or anybody to be able to communicate with their ancestors. Because if we communicated with our ancestors, we might learn what's really going on.
Well, it's like in the Jesus
No, but that's the state again. See, that's what the state commandeers religion to stop you from being in contact with your own spirituality, because spiritual people are a threat to the state.
Well,
I'm telling you, man, I met that one old CIA guy I told you about at Studio City Golf Course. Like the guy was psychic like a motherfucker too, man, because he just he felt my energy. He just broke it down to me. We talked about a lot of good shit like dance killers, astrology for the soul. But he told me something. He said his primary function as a field agent for the CIA, and he used this phrase specifically, he said, is to spiritually depower the citizens of the United States.
Oh yeah, they've there's a clip of Bill Gates in a debriefing chamber of some type of intelligence agency where Bill Gates is stating specifically that he made a vaccine to lobotomize the God belief part of the human brain, and that they were distributing it to people in the Middle East who were Islam. And that video, I put it on the web. There's other people that put it on the web, and fucking it's legit. You can see it's Bill Gates.
And that's why your ass is going on. That's why you've been blacklisted.
Hold up. That was a precursor. That was 2017. And I believe that whatever the coronavirus was a mixture with that vaccine, which was to lobotomize the God believing part of the human brain, because they didn't want people to believe in religion, and but it's crazy that they would physically make something that could
because they're Nazis, dude. They've been doing that shit since the beginning, dude. That's why, man, they got mad at me at Twitter, man, because they want to call I don't know how much I buy the whole vaccine shit, but I know it's not crazy. I know the history of this government. I know they've been doing experimenting on their own.
Yeah. Let's try to kind of steer away from this topic.
I'm sorry.
Let's steer away
so
from
sorry.
this. No worries.
It.
We caught it. No worries.
Back to the what were we talking about right before that?
Well,
I'm sorry about
the
that,
point being, like, we originally, we wanted to talk about Gaza a little bit, and I kind of want to talk about what Donald Trump said recently that turned off a lot of people, a lot of pro-Israel people. He said that the Hezbollah were attacking, and that's smart of them, and he kind of said, watch out for them. And then he said, what was the other thing he said? Shoot, I can't even remember, but people didn't like that because they're like, why are you saying that Hezbollah is smart? Don't call them smart. Even though he was kind of saying it in a warning type of way, they're really pissed off about that. They feel like he's not backing. Oh, I remember what it was. He criticized Netanyahu. He said something about how Netanyahu should have known better or something like that. A lot of people are pissed off at Trump for doing that. I'm not a huge Trump guy. I don't really care. I'm on the fence about everything. But I couldn't help but find that kind of amusing that Trump is probably the biggest friend to Israel of a president that we've ever had, that we've ever seen, right? He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He cut the funding to the Palestinians. His son-in-law is Jared Kushner. Like, he's the biggest Israel guy there is. And, the Proud Boys and all them are very pro-Israel. And now it's like people don't know where to turn anymore.
That's what I was saying, though. Trump could be a communist socialist. I mean, he could definitely be a communist.
I know about what I'm saying. Like, right now, man, like, people's emotions are hot right now. That's why you have to be careful.
You want to stay away from any emotions when dealing with this conspiracy, because they use emotions to break people.
Just hot right now, dude. You're just hot right now, dude. Like, right now, like, people lost their loved ones. People loved ones are hot. People just like right now, man. The temperature level is so high. You have to, even just because you can say something doesn't mean you should say something. Like, there's a such thing as timing. Like, I mean,
like that thing with AOC. So AOC was in the news because she's nearby. She saw a pro-Palestinian rally happening, and she's always been very pro-Palestine, but she didn't like the fact that they were celebrating murder. She thought that was wrong, like the timing was wrong. Like, after something like this happens, you should not be going out there and saying, yeah, like acting like it's a victory or something like that. I thought that was very big of her to do that.
The thing is, for all we know,
I think a lot of that shit is psyops too, man. Because like nothing good can come from that shit, dude. Like, I remember, like, you remember when I was able to tweet, so to speak. When I posted there, like, the FBI agent is the guy trying to get you to plant the bomb. Like, anybody. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I was gonna say the MI6, the British have been caught multiple times in the Middle East dressing up as extreme movements to create these wars and these raids and stuff. But what I was saying is, think about this. What is at the Gaza Strip? Why do they want this piece of land? And you can break it all down to their religion, which is.
But that goes to show you. That goes to show you how astute AOC is, because like she understands that white supremacy rolls that way, dude. Like there was the same thing.
I'm talking about the Temple of Solomon, where they're fighting over the Temple of Solomon. That's what it's all about.
No, I'm go back to what Danny was saying though about AOC, because it's kind of segue from that. But I was saying though, like, it shows you how astute she is, basically, because like that's what we have. We have like these people who are masters of psychological manipulation. So they come in there and they come to rile us up, basically, because nothing good can come from talk like that. Because the one thing too, man, like, you have to have class too. Like, back in the day, man, like real warriors, like like even like Achilles was frowned upon for dragging Hector's body, man. Like, you still showed one another respect.
Well, it's like William Cooper says, don't go by the labels people use. Know, he paraphrases Jesus and says, know them by their fruits. What happens when they're, what are they producing? And that's where you see how all the Republicans are socialists, communists, and all the Democrats are socialist, communists.
A great way to phrase
that. No, I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's too, man. You got to keep in mind, too, man. Like, people are rightfully frustrated, man. I mean, like,
Well, because
this is just some Hatfield and McCoy shit, man.
well,
You gotta be real
notice.
careful, man.
Well, a heated subject right now. Notice how the Bo Jiden is creating more of the wall, and that True Stream Media just put out a video that was 30 minutes long about some sort of step program with the UN or whatever, but they showed a clip that was controversial when I posted on Facebook talking about it, where people in Mexico were being given these these credit cards and stuff by UN officials or UN workers who were giving them the cards to go to the border. And so, and the UN was paying people to go to the border. They were orchestrating this border crisis, quote unquote, where it wasn't something that was naturally happening. It was orchestrated, and that the supposed left, Bo Jiden, quote, is making more wall, which is against what the supposed rhetoric. See, it's all so they mix it up so hardcore because they want to confuse people to the point where they're just broken and they're just like, oh, I love the lie.
that sounds like the end of 1984.
It's all psychological.
I love Big Brother.
All psychological.
Yeah, it's all psychological. Exactly. This is such manipulation.
They put us in front of TVs, movies.
Yeah.
Look at all the stress they subject us to, right? And then the TVs, like the frequency of the TV is alpha waves, which makes you hyper suggestive. That's why they show commercials in between.
Oh yeah. Well, the biggest the biggest creator of crime is simply poverty, and like
exactly.
They raise the price of they lower the value of the dollar, and then they raise the price of the
price
drugs.
of food.
They control the drugs, and then
the food and everything.
Well, like it's like, how the addicts are in the cities. They'll just break into anything, like if they can't get drugs,
they'll steal garbage out of your trash can.
They'll
rip aluminum siding off the houses.
It's brilliant that you're saying that too, because like if we can recognize it, you know what I mean, that they're actually like manipulating us psychologically. Like, like anybody knows it, like if you deny people their drugs, they're going to rob, kill, and steal, especially if they have any money.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You say you want to solve the problem, but then you do the very thing that facilitates the robbing, killing, and stealing.
Well, that's where Cooper says that's how the politicians control. They as soon as they get in office, they'll lower the price of the drugs, so then the crime seems to be low, and then we're gonna have votes. Let's make more crime and make everybody scared. And then they raise and lower the price of the dollar and all the drugs and stuff to suit their needs. And like when like it's like in 2007 when that crisis or whatever happened, and all the land hit a certain value, and then it was all of a sudden all bought up by China and stuff, and like bought.
Why
up.
would we even allow that?
Well, it's like. It's all a front. It's all China is Britain. Russia is Britain. It's we're being screwed by Britain.
Yeah, the Chinese own huge amounts of land in Seattle. Like they own a big part of like the downtown area and stuff like that. It kind of blows my mind because like, isn't this America?
Oh, well, hold on. This person just commented calling Christianity Mithraism, and that's definitely not true because Mithra in Gematria was 365 because he was the sun god, and that there was 7 degrees of classism, and see, Mithraism was like an old type of socialism, and that Rome and the Roman Empire, the elites, they made Mithraism as a tool to conquer the poor man, basically to keep them low-key bullied out of having a good job, you see.
Because all the wars are the deception. Like psychological warfare is way more effective than conventional warfare. People don't even know what's happening to them.
Yeah, that's
all of a sudden they get you in the rhythm, and then you just can't stop.
Michael Aquino stuff.
We've grown up in pure psychological warfare and lies.
Yeah. Period. That's true. That's why we're so fucked up. You know.
Now Jafar in the chat, he's saying Baphomets are cool. Why is a Baphomet cool, Jafar? You're gonna have to explain that one, buddy. I wait your typed answer.
They've got everybody brainwashed into all sorts of occultism, and that they see. This is what I was talking about earlier with Albert Pike's letter to the head of the mafia about how they would make everybody into Luciferians, and the people practice this Luciferianism without even knowing that they're practicing it. When they believe that,
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. Oh, man, we're sheep being led to the slaughter.
Yeah, Luciferianism is so tempting. It is so seductive. It is so addictive.
Sneaky. It's so sneaky because it preys on your base emotions like lust.
Well, it's like whenever
and will to power.
A person who says that they're a god, and I say that they're practicing the Luciferian philosophy, they block me.
You know what that reminds me of, Daniel? You know what that reminds me of?
What's that?
You remember that movie 300 and the little hunchback guy, the guy who like snitched on him?
Yeah.
And he's the palace of the Persian. The Persian trying to seduce him. They got all the women touching on him. He goes, I want it all. He says,
You know what? You know what I immediately thought of though when
that's a good reference.
You know what I immediately thought of when that movie came out? There's a group called the 300, and that they're one of those trilateral commission type groups where they're running the show, and it was ironic that they made a movie, called that, and that they're. I mean, I would assume the group is probably named after that, possibly, like Sparta, and
you know what, man? I wouldn't doubt. I mean, there's so many secret societies, man. They're best. I mean, like, and it starts off with a simple yoga instructor, man, who might be a little good looking or really good with words, man. He's talking that spiritual shit.
Wearing those yoga pants.
Yeah, well, she's just lower,
bending over.
Yeah, Tantra comes up. And I had a lot of girls tell me about that shit, man. Man.
Well, those are comparable to the Hebrew word Kadesh, which were the sexy priestesses of the dog strike.
And they get them in that frame of mind too, where they feel like, you know what, I gotta explore all my options.
Well, it's like
I need to explore my sexuality.
Hold on, that's
some manipulative shit right there.
Raven person is saying about it's not that they claim they don't believe in the devil or whatever, but when you go to page I think it's 102 of Albert Pike's book Morals and Dogma, it states that this force, this Lucifer force, is the force of Masonry, but of the Illuminati Masonry, and that I could possibly post the picture, but like I could make my profile picture the book.
I think they mean about that.
He admits though flat out that the initiates are this force, the Lucifer force, and when they believe their God is Lucifer because they worship the God of the material realm. They don't believe in the spiritual plane. They only believe that the material realm is what exists, and when you die, you're nothing. And that's what they believe. That's why they're all so cold. And that's why they'll take anything from anyone. And if you're not an initiate, then you're fair game to them. And that the non-initiates are to be entertained, in their own words. We are to be entertained, and we're to be used as chattel and cattle. They use these terms. And like it's like they convince the masses to kill each other. Like it's just like the French Revolution, when France, the French were labeling the French created the term useless eater in the French Revolution, which was orchestrated by the Illuminati, and I
never did like that term.
So many people. Well, it's like the founding fathers, when they referred to the French Revolution, because the American Revolution was pretty bad, but the French Revolution, they were like, that was a bloodbath. That was the most because they convinced. And the Illuminati convinced the poor people to kill all the intelligent people. That's what happened. They killed all the.
Check this out too. Could it also be that they realized that God and devil are human constructs, and we're just sort of projecting those words to somehow put some meaning on this force? but ultimately it's just an energy force.
Well, you'd have to
And,
define your
no, I
definition
mean,
of God.
I'm just saying, no, that's what they're saying, though, basically. Like, these terms literally mean nothing, basically. It's just different
Well,
expressions of the
that's
same
true.
energy.
That's
Yeah,
true
that's
in the sense that gods and demons and things, they're like a consciousness. They're just like a free floating consciousness that exists separately from our physical dimension.
Well, it's like the Kundalini is the serpent force, and they believe that this serpent will awaken the people and stuff, and that it's like they believe
Now,
in
what is the awakening? Like, what is this awakening we're supposed
them,
to have?
it's like the serpent force. They literally believe in this serpent Kundalini. When you read the certain when you read certain like Golden Dawn books and stuff, it's like it'll always go into the Kundalini, and it's like the Lucifer force, like what the Albert Pike
The
quote.
snake, the Kundalini snake, which is the same as the snake in the Garden of Eden, rising through your chakra centers and reaching the lotus flower in your third eye, which opens your third eye and gives you trinary consciousness.
Yeah, it's like a false illumination of, they think.
Yeah, I like that false illumination. That's a good way to.
Is it false though? Is it false? I mean,
Tell them.
certainly, because like look at in Revelation. It says that the believers of God will have a seal on their forehead, like a third eye.
Well,
no, but he's saying theirs is like a counterfeit third eye, basically.
Yeah.
So you have like the actual genuine, authentic one, and then you have the counterfeit one, like the one that's associated more or less with the left hand path, like
the Antichrist version.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Joker mindset, basically. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the nihilistic absurdist.
It's like the hero of the Christians was a lion. It's like Jesus the lion. And when we take it back to the Egyptian
lion of the tribe of Judah.
Yeah. Well, like the lion kills the fucking snake. It kills Set or Apophis or whatever his name is. And there's Egyptian depictions of the cat killing the snake with a dagger. And that dagger is the sword depicted of in Revelations. That because Revelations is the Revelations is the most important book because it was what Jesus taught according to John. He said that was because he was the beloved disciple. He was the Didymus, the Greek twin, because according to the Rosicrucian doctrine, before the Rosicrucians were taken over by Illuminati, their doctrine was, I've went over this a little bit before. Their doctrine was that Lazarus became John, and that through the grip of the lion's paw is how Lazarus was reborn from death, and that rebirth was why Lazarus was the twin of Jesus, because he was risen from the grave, and Jesus already knew that he was going to die and come back according to the mythos. And so he called Lazarus Didymus.
Mind blown.
Well, then,
sorry, had to mark that moment. Man. That was good.
Then after that, Didymus became John of Revelations, and was symbolized by the seven-sided temple or the seven-sided pillar. Which that goes back to old Christian Freemasonry, which I've been delving into, which it's such a obscure subject. I mean, it's in the books. That's what's up, is that it's in the books and it's crazy. That's
what's going on, Al?
Picture.
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey, Joseph Smith didn't write the Book of Mormon.
Well, he was just copying his brother's Mason book because his brother was a Mason.
Some other dude wrote it, and then he died, and Joseph Smith stole it and put it out as his own. And then when the family of the guy that wrote it found out about it, they sued him, and that's why they have to give their Book of Mormon out for free, because any money they make has to go straight to the family.
You know what? Todd told me that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But I got some news. Watched a video of a guy that bought a hamburger at a fast food place and said it tasted kind of funny. So he hit it with a laser and it caught on fire. and it was hard to get the fire out, and it kept burning with a blue flame like there was a chemical in there venting off, burning.
What?
Yeah, they're fucking with our food. The FDA, anything that was manufactured before 6 months ago is pretty much still good. Anything manufactured in the last 6 months is sketchy. The FDA's got a list of like 600 or something food items on their list right now for recall that they're not telling it's on their website, but they're not telling the public about it.
Yeah, they're a bunch of crooks. I think
And
the Amish.
I seen a commercial for this thing called Super Beats by Human. Then at the end of Human, it's got a little small red N after the regular N after Human. I think they've figured out a way to powder adrenochrome and they're feeding it to the public.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they got the people. They found human DNA in fucking McDonald's hamburgers.
Yeah, exactly. They did 2 raids a couple years ago, and they came back 97% human DNA.
Well, I think they're trying to alter people.
That's nasty.
Well,
Then there's the hot dog thing. They took 150 different hot dog brands and came back 2% human DNA.
Jesus. This lady that I used to know who was a chemist for the military, and she was also a nurse, she claimed that the cockroach DNA and the sugar and stuff that they were trying to make people part cockroaches to survive nuclear holocaust, and that whole new person idea that came from the Nazis with the new man concept that they were trying to create, and that it's like the X-Files goes over that too, where the person was like indestructible, you know.
That's like Nick Cage too. You know, the superhero. He has DNA from some kind of like clams or oysters in him, so that he's basically bulletproof.
Huh. Doesn't he have like metal arms or something? Like,
I don't think so. Not Luke Cage. He just has like indestructible skin. He's kind of one of the weaker, more badass superheroes where he's kind of fighting down at the street level. So he's hooking up with Daredevil and what's his name, Iron Fist. And
I got a question for you. Who was the first superhero?
Huh. Paul Bunyan.
Modern superheroes, comic book ones. It just came out in a movie. Blue Beetle.
Oh, really?
Huh.
He was the very first comic book superhero of all of them.
He's like a scarab.
And they're finally just making a movie of him.
I've always wondered if the secret societies were making the comics and indoctrinating the masses through that. Like the Wolverine comic, with the only place you can find the word adamantium is in a secret society book. But yet they use that word to describe the metal that's in his body. You know?
Was that movie called Unbreakable? Wasn't that about comic books or something being like reality?
Well, in Avatar, they're introducing us to the metal unobtainium. That's an actual metal.
Huh.
They need it to make their flying saucers.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the metals required to build an anti-gravity device.
Yeah, because the description of that type of metal from the Roswell thing was like really light and like indestructible. Like you could hit it with a sledgehammer, but it was like aluminum foil thin.
If you read Doctor Strange, that's all like really cult shit. Everything in Doctor Strange.
Oh yeah,
I like the movies. I like the first movies. The first Doctor Strange was good.
I think the comics are. It's like they're indoctrinating us all with the comics and the movies and stuff. And like,
y'all remember that movie with Bruce Willis called Unbreakable?
I love that movie.
Yeah, that was about comic books, right? Like he was reading the comic books. It's like the comic books is what is really the truth. It was like prophecy in the comic books. He said like there's then he talked about the Unbreakable Man because he was the breakable man, right? His body was real thin, but he had a super intelligence. And Bruce Willis was the Unbreakable Man. But he said like all of it came from comic books. He was showing how comic books were actually like the actual telling the truth about what reality really was.
Oh yeah, well you're familiar with
Unbreakable?
Infinity Wars?
Yeah, Infinity Wars, definitely.
Well, think about what's happening right now.
There's a movie coming out about the Antichrist and the end times called "Leave the World Behind," and you'll never guess who produced it.
Cool.
Barack and Michelle Obama.
Whoa,
I heard about something weird like that. I really did. No, I read it somewhere.
It comes out next month. It comes out in November in select theaters and December 8th in wide release.
And
Obama's a
what's the movie
truther.
about actually? Like, what's the premise?
It's about the end of the world and the Antichrist.
What? Yeah.
I thought
And
Obama
Barack
was the
Obama
Antichrist.
just happens to be the Antichrist.
Well, you know what his middle name is?
Hussein.
Yeah, you know what that means in the language.
No.
It's the term is it's like a deified rank.
It's like a deified what?
It's like they use deified ranks, I believe. It's like in one of the secret society books they refer to Bush Senior as Gog, like Gog and Magog.
It's like a caste.
It's like they
Gog and Magog, is that Russia in the United States, basically? Gog and Magog?
No, it's like it goes to the Bible.
China and Russia.
When the Bible is prophecy of Russia in the United States. And
You wanna
Gog
hear
and
what I
Magog
call
clause.
The Satanists use the Bible as their book. Also, you see.
You want to know what I call Baal? I call him Baal. Baal.
That's what it's all about.
Baal, the god Baal. It's in the Bible.
Why? Because he's like a sheep or?
No, he's a king. No, just Baal. It's like I'm making fun of him.
They burn the sheep.
Baal.
Like he's
I worship Baal.
like he's just a fucking sheep. Baal. Baal.
Baal's a bitch.
Exactly.
Like
Fuck that bitch.
Hey, so Clint Eastwood, tell me more about like this God King concept.
Well, it's like it goes back. All the cultures had it. I mean, not the shamanic cultures with hallucinogenics, but any culture that didn't have hallucinogenics would always tend to worship the stars and think their leader was a god and stuff. And but it was a thing.
I get it now. I get it.
They believed through initiation.
They have divine rule because of their position.
Well, they thought that the initiations made the spirit go into them. And that, that's why they're always doing it with the pillars, because it has to do, you see, with this concept of this fire pillar and this water pillar, and that it's like a science, a spiritual science where, it's like positive and negative, and then they're standing in between it, and it's like, according to the Luciferian Illuminati doctrine or whatever, it's like they're embodying these spirits that are entering them, and that the spirits of all the initiates back them, and that like the certain words, certain passwords in the secret societies, they use the password Abaddon, which means the destroyer, and they use the password Azrael, and they use there's secret societies that they use the names of the devil for the passwords, because Illuminati is Satanism, and the light is Lucifer.
I got a question for you. If Jesus Christ doesn't exist, why is it strictly forbidden to use his name in underground bases?
Well,
it's in their contract. It's in their contract. It's in their contract. If you stub your toe, you're not allowed to say Jesus Christ. But all in underground bases.
They don't like the word.
Yeah, it just makes them fucking nuts, man.
I use it constantly,
especially the Giants. No, I'm talking about in the underground bases. It's strictly forbidden to use the name Jesus Christ in any way, shape, or form at all.
Oh, I thought you were.
That's because it'll like banish them.
No, it just freaking enrages them. It just freaking drives them nuts.
Well, it's like
Giants shit.
Some of the highest ranking special forces officers are high ranking members of secret societies. I mean, like most
definitely.
The Aquino guy is just one little piece of the iceberg of people that are involved in these occult phenomenon.
They got like a division in the military practice of witchcraft now. I think I sent Daniel a video. I showed somebody the video like on Twitter when I was on there.
What's like
literally practicing witchcraft now.
Well, it's like Saddam Hussein was a 33rd degree Mason, and he was the embodiment of Nebuchadnezzar. In that
he said he was.
Well, he made his statues of him, his face on Nebuchadnezzar, and that
he claimed to be Nebuchadnezzar, but that doesn't make it true.
Well, what's interesting that Freeman puts out is that when the military attacked him, they used Moabs against him. And that in the Bible story, the Moabs attacked Nebuchadnezzar. And it was a weird...
The Moabites?
Yeah.
Really?
And like there's really weird coincidences with it's like you would describe it as them using the book of Revelations as like a playbook, you know. And I'm not pro religion, but this is the only way I can describe it because that's, you know, that's the words that fit, you know.
Hey, speaking of that, the U.S. military is on red alert right now. We've got 3 nuclear fucking planes flying over the United States back and forth right now, and a bunch of radar AWACS and shit fucking flying up and down the East Coast. Something's afoot right now.
Did you guys see this from Raven in the chat? Should reference the third secret of Fatima. Virgin Mary told some children that Russia will be involved in a huge war, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah. Well, the military in World War I used projections of the Virgin Mary to stun people, and then they would kill them all, like in military raids and stuff. It was like they've been using that type of thing for psychological warfare for 100 years. It's like all those sightings, and it's like the secret societies want you to worship this virgin that they created because it has to do with their goddess, the Scarlet Whore, you see, which is Isis, you know. And in Egypt, Isis was called a demon day, just like Osiris, and that they have us worshiping. They brought back the old gods. You see what I'm saying? Like they brought it all back. And in every depiction in books and stuff, the worship isn't what you think. It's like, it's all been misinterpreted, and that somehow we're all back to square one.
Another one from Raven. She says, in general terms, then, the third part of the secret refers to the 20th century conflict between the church and communist Russia.
What's weird, the communists are all atheists, and so the atheists, versus the Vatican could be part of that cataclysm that Albert Pike was talking about.
Well, you got that brown dwarf called Nibiru, or whatever you want to call it, just went behind the sun. It's on the other side of the solar system right now, so during tomorrow's eclipse, you're not going to be able to see it. But next year, when we get on the other side of the solar system, there's going to be shit falling from the sky from it. Just pulling 7 planets plus freaking asteroids and shit with it. And there's going to be a bunch of them rocks falling from the sky here soon. But they don't talk about that on the news. You can't see it right now. In fact, you can only see it with the naked eye right when it comes up. If you live on a flat land, right as soon as the sun comes up, looking at that angle, you could see it. But it just went behind the sun.
Hey, I'm more of the thought that Nibiru is another dimension.
No, there's another solar system going through ours right now.
It could be like
right
a
now. Right now, it's on the other side of I'm not going to say Nibiru is the stars. I don't know. There's a brown dwarf over there, and when we get to the other side of the sun, it's going to be some of the rocks that are trailing with it are going to start flying through our atmosphere and hitting the ground. But if we come through that could be the catalyst we need to fucking change our shit and change our minds and get our shit together. You know what I mean? It's like in Eddie Izzard still, and John Cleese tells the alien Keanu Reeves, well, it's right when we're on the precipice of total destruction that we get our shit together.
That's definitely the only tipping point to where we would be able to, because it's like when Cooper says, like we can't defend ourselves in any way until the enemies directly attack us. You know what I mean? Like, in general.
Speaking of Bill Cooper, I just recently saw a video of a guy that had his original copy, and chapter 4 is like a bunch of reference material, and by all the pale horse. In the new revised edition, chapter 4 is called "The Exploits of Nate Clark."
Huh.
And all
That's
the
weird.
reference material that was in chapter 4 is completely gone, erased from the freaking book now.
Oh yeah, they stole the rights from him a long time ago. Even when he was still alive in like '94, they already stole the rights, and he wasn't even getting paid for the book, and like they hijacked it and put in a bunch of occult clippings for like advertisements. If you get a more current version of the book, there'll be like a few pages at the end that has occult advertisements for other occult books that William Cooper would probably be against.
Huh.
The audio though is because he made the book in the 80s. He didn't start the radio show until like 91 or 92 or something, and so his radio show was way more advanced.
It's hard to find. It's hard to really find that collection out there.
Well, it's like I'm more interested in this Veritas newspaper that he had. If somebody's in Arizona, they should go to the library and photocopy every copy and put it on the net, because it was a newspaper that he made that he would send to all the senators and congressmen to expose the lies of the New World Order. And like he sent it to all.
Well, it's kind of funny that when the last couple of years when they were arresting all these politicians and shit in secret, it's called Project Veritas.
Yeah, I think Veritas in Latin just means truth. So I can see
why. So that's why they call it Project Veritas. They were arresting there's a lot of videos of high-ranking politicians from the United States with U.S. Marshals standing right next to them.
Huh.
While they're on their way to jail.
See that to hide the fact that high celebrities are being arrested for pedophilia and
Yeah, it's all part of that shit. Yeah, it's all part of that.
Yeah, I think that's
fucks.
Yeah, because that Tom Hanks thing baffles me, where it's like everything he produced around everything he acted in around the time when they said that he was hiding in Italy or whatever, it was all AI movies, or not AI but CG. And that there's like a submarine movie or something that he was in, produced by Apple TV, and there was a couple of other things, but it was all, you could tell the background was all CG, and that he was in a blue room or something, and that
what the fuck?
Well, I think that he was hiding. He couldn't leave Italy, and so he was making these movies in a blue room in Italy, and that they were being released, and that they catered the movies to him being stuck in a blue room. I think that's
weird.
That's slight evidence of his tethering, because there was pictures of him with an ink bracelet on. Because
he was in that movie with the red shoe or whatever. Like that's a sign that you're part of like intelligence.
Oh yeah, the red shoe conspiracy of the Satanists is huge, with pictures of celebrities wearing these bright red shoes, and like nobody really knows what it's about.
And then his weird ass son, Chet Hanks. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, he could be just like an intention whore, possibly. But
they're saying he's like a transgender female to male. He has the scars that would indicate that, and like the type of pecs.
Huh. Well, I think the celebrities force that on their kids.
Yes, exactly. Because of some kind of weird Baphomet transgender plot.
It's funny, my internet is about 30 to 60 seconds slower than my phone feed.
Everything that's happening right now was specifically described by Crowley, who was MI5 like 100 years ago, and it was all outlined in his writings, and it's the whole eon of Horus the Conquering Child is like 100% in full effect right now. And that
what is that exactly? Can you elaborate a little bit? I just want to understand.
I don't even want to describe parts of it because it's so disgusting. I mean, just the basic. It's like anything that the occultists say, they'll whitewash it off the internet. And that Crowley specifically stated that in the Eon of Horus, quote unquote, that children would be subjected to all sexual acts. That's what Crowley said. And that in modern times, the schools are teaching. See, parental rights involves a parent's right to be able to have their child raised a certain way. You see, in that, the kids can grow up and be whatever they want to be, but when they're a kid, the parents have the right to raise them. And the state, in communism and socialism, the state owns the children, and the parents have no rights to raise their kids. And that's why this is all happening. And that's what it's all tools that work in hand to make this quote unquote great works that they've been working on for hundreds of years.
Well, it's just like they use a lot of legalese, like parents are a pair that rents. You don't own your children, you're freaking just raising them for the state. They use words like that to try and, to cover up what they're actually doing.
Well, it's like Billary, she said in a quote, the state's children, or she wrote a book called Raised by the Village or some shit, and it was, it's some socialist.
It takes the village to raise a kid or child or something like that. Yeah,
it's like all these socialists and communists. It's like Oblamatron. I don't even like to use his name, but like I don't like to use any other names because they all destroyed our constitution and rape us. But like
sometimes I call him Barry Soetoro.
Oh yeah, but like his highest hero in life was Saul Alinsky, and Saul Alinsky was a raging socialist who dedicated his book to Satan, to Lucifer, and it says it right in the preface of the book. It says about the great rebel and Lucifer. It says it in plain English, and fucking these socialists and communists are openly Satanists, Luciferians. Like read the book Marx and Satan. And his landlord testified that he walked in on Marx performing a satanic ritual in his home that he was renting, and that Marx in his own blogs proclaimed to be an atheist, but yet was caught with candles in a ritualistic red candle ceremony, and it's like it's like all the Marxists don't understand that atheism is a tool of the Satanists. It's all part of the alchemical meme. This alchemical meme they create. It's a synthesis, a step-by-step program where the person is initiated into a concept, and then another concept, and then another concept until they're molded.
What do you mean by alchemical meme?
Well, it's like the initiates use the words to rebuild the initiate, where the person was broken and then reborn through the initiation. And the old initiation went back to shamanism and mushrooms, but the Mithra cults turned it into hypnotism and the breaking down of the initiate, and then they break the ego down, and then they build the person they turn the person into, it's like if the person doesn't get the symbolism, then they go into this spiral of madness in a way where they're deceived in every initiation, and that they're told one thing and then they're told a thing that completely contradicts it, and then they're told a thing that contradicts it again. So then they have no foundation of anything. They think, and it creates this synthesis of this person becoming this goal that wants, it's this new man that's created through this breakdown of, the person's culture and beliefs. And then, it's like a step-by-step breakdown. It's the alchemy, the quote unquote lead into gold. But in reality, what they're doing, they're turning gold into lead. They're making the people go from a natural person to this creation, this Frankenstein. And it's like a psychological.
I found a video the other day. It had a Chinese face on it, but on the bottom of its mouth it had razor sharp teeth all the way across, and then it had two fangs in the center. When they showed his hand, it only had 2 fingers and a thumb.
Yeah, the new man. They're not only
trying to make us into the new gray aliens.
They're just straight up mutating people.
Yeah, they're trying to make us into the new gray aliens to be their freaking slave. The reptilians are trying to make us their new slaves. They're trying to transform the human race into little grays.
What's it could be going to that cockroach thing, the cockroach DNA in the food. But like back to that the alchemical meme, you know, it's like they create an army out of the masses. The masses are willing to die for the richest people's goals. It's like the common person who believes in Marxism is willing to do anything to break the law for the goals of the Rothschilds. And when you break it down, it's so ridiculous.
But why are they willing to do that though? For money?
Because socialism and communism is a religion. It's not just a it was made by the Satanists who were masters of alchemy and who were masters.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is like, why as an individual is my motivation to like become like a fascist or become part of this whole operation?
They make it seem
Because
cool.
They blow smoke up your ass. Yeah, they blow smoke up your ass. And make you feel like if you don't join up, you're gonna be left out. Like you said, they make it sound cool and exciting.
It's all about psychology. Like the secret societies are masters of psychology. Like they manipulate.
Yeah, but look at this. You got all these people from Venezuela, Africa, and all these other countries that just formed across our border because the UN talked them into it and said, "Hey, we'll pay you to come over here and why don't you go over here and do this for us? We'll give you $2,200 a month and fucking maybe a place to stay, shit like this, and just hang out until we call you, and then we'll go over and do this." What makes them want to go do that?
It was a created fake border crisis. The socialists created it. They're social engineers. They engineer things through the social construct. It's all
so they can come to the rescue.
Yeah, exactly. They make the crisis, then they solve it, and it's them doing both. It's just like that the Man Who Would Be King movie, where they're pitting the two tribes against each other. You know, they're making
that's true. You could actually see that.
Well, that process, that is the alchemical, the process, the breaking.
You can see that now.
And what's that word they use? The clotting. They use the word clotting, where it's coming back together. And it's coming back together through the synthesis, the desired synthesis. It's all that the whole political science is alchemy in a way, but the words are just different. And it's like alchemy was ancient political science, but at the same time,
it's spiritual too, because like all these it was like communism is a very spiritual idea, like any belief is, especially when the communists, they don't let you have a religion. They just say you have to worship the state.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing about the Satanism, is where that's how you can tell it's a product of it. Not
that's actually really profound. Wow, yeah, I can see that now. That's deep shit. Wow.
Yeah, it's like the Satanists want you to not believe in God, and so they create their own religion. That's
mind blown.
Well, it's like it's in the Greek term would be Antichrist, where communism and socialism are Antichrist. They're claiming to help people, but yet this helping and sharing only ends up with all these wars the Infinity Wars.
Yeah, the Infinity Wars, literally. It's like all these different beliefs.
Because any country that they're warring against or whatever, it's just a country that says no to the NWO. It says that country will be saying no to the UN, and no to the Bank of England, no to the Rothschilds, and then they're instantly invaded by everyone.
Jimi Hendrix had a prophecy that in the end of days, all the beings from all over the universe were going to come to Earth to have a final battle.
Well, that sounds like the Native American ghost dance. I don't know if you know what that is.
Not really. Could you explain that?
Well, some of the last tribes before they were all basically before they were all crippled from their culture, so the last tribes, some of them got together, created this ghost dance movement, and they claimed that they were gonna do the ghost dance and bring back the ancestors to give them freedom, and that they were all instantly like, destroyed by the well, it's like at that time in the 1860s and 70s and 80s, America was already destroyed, and the British were controlling the federal government through the Act of 1871 and earlier from 1868. And that when they took over, they said, "Fuck you, Native Americans," and then they broke every treaty. And then the ghost dance movement, they were going according to the religion, they bored the symbols of the Knights Templar of pre-Vatican Knights Templar, which was the dove and the star and the crescent moon and the Maltese cross, and that they were supposed to bring back the ancestor spirits, and they were supposed to free them, and that everybody was so freaked out by it that they imprisoned them and killed a bunch, and like they destroyed the whole movement. It was called the Ghost Dance movement. I don't know.
Man, that is awesome.
Well, it's like there was certain Native American stuff that parallels with like the destruction of ancient Christianity by the emperors and stuff, where like how the Native Americans were practicing like the Christian Masonic version of their religion, and that, I mean, because the Masons wrote all about it, the pre-Illuminati Masons, and that it's like they were so profoundly they were so blown away that these Native Americans had this system that they considered the precursor of all religions, and that this system was ancient, the most purest form of what they were looking for, and that because it used to be about archaeology, not about this classism social construct bullshit, but like and it's like the purest symbols were from the Native Americans, the Vikings. Certain groups had the purest symbolism of the ancient religion.
I think Egypt was more like that, like their religion and their society.
Pre-dynastic Egypt was, but when it became dynastic, it was all perverted, and because it's like ISIS will, and some of the archaeologists will say it's the moon, others will say it's Sirius. It's like Osiris, they'll say it's Sirius or the sun. But like it's like it starts getting muddled up. It's like on Twitter or something where it's like there's an ocean of opinions. Like in the conspiracy world, there's an ocean of opinions, and all these people make all these opinions, and the truth gets like flooded in this just giant mass of bullshit.
Have you ever seen the depictions in the Temple of Dendera?
Oh yeah, my ex went there. She was an initiate of the mystery schools. Like she went to the Temple of Hathor. She went to Dendera. She went to the Temple of what is that? That's underwater one. I forget what that's called. She went to the Bent Pyramid.
She scuba dived?
Well, no, it's not. It's not fully. It's just partially submerged. It's the Temple of Osiris or whatever.
Do you say your girlfriend or your ex-girlfriend?
My ex-girlfriend, when I was 26, like a long time ago, like 15 years ago or something, I went out with this cougar, and she was a flat-out member of secret societies in Egypt and the Middle East. And like she was she went to all these places. Any place you could list off as a sacred place, she's been there. She's been to Easter Island. She's been to, any place, anything you could name off, she's been there. She went to, the stones in France, Karnak. She's been to Stonehenge. She was at, I can't name a spot that she wasn't at in Europe or Africa or the Middle East. You know, this chick was crazy. Like I thought she was some kind of international hooker or something.
you fell in love with her mind.
It was weird because she approached me. This was after, you know, this has nothing to do with the Masonic scholarship I was offered, but like, you know, which I declined because I was trying to get custody of my kid. But like, you know, it's like it was really weird though, because her mom was the head of the Eastern Star of Grand Rapids and of the state. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, and then this chick, because one time I met her mom and I had this conversation about the mystery schools of Egypt. And it was really weird how, you know, this chick was crazy. She thought that I was quote unquote an ascended master or some shit. Like she was using the buzzwords of the secret societies, but she was not that, you know, she wasn't that well book read, and I didn't understand how she could know these phrases without being extremely well read, because even back then I was, you know, I was hitting the books, you know, like because I heard Jordan Maxwell back then, all these other conspiracy, you know, teachers who were, you know, just opening up these rabbit holes of, you know, mad information. And that, you know, that's when YouTube was starting to get shut down. It was like the internet was just way different like 15 years ago.
Yeah, back when the internet was like the Wild West and it was truly a free exchange of information, whereas now everything's pushed onto these apps. What's that, Al?
Was she on meth?
Oh, no, she was she would claim that she went to these temples and she would somehow get high off the energy or something. You know, I thought crazy.
I just noticed back when
I
was doing.
I want to date her now.
Got into this money, and I didn't know where she was getting the money. And it was like she would go to these places,
Illuminati,
nonstop. You know, well, I think she was just a extremely lower on the food chain type of thing. But like, she used the term mystery schools, and I was like, where the fuck did this cougar chick hear this shit? Because I knew about it from hearing William Cooper, you know, and like, you know, I knew about the mystery schools from Jordan Maxwell and William Cooper, and like fucking this chick, she commented on my YouTube. That's where I met her. That's what the weird thing was. She commented on my YouTube, and all of a sudden it was like, wow, this chick lives in Grand Rapids. That's fucking weird, you know. And like, and then I dated her, and it was like, it was just really weird. It was like it was
sounds like the best relationship of your life.
Well, it was weird though, because when I wrote so I delved into this Egyptian star map shit, and the calendar stuff with Sirius, which I've told you about before. And when I wrote to the House of the Temple, because I knew it was a library, and I thought I could get some books, you know, like if I proved I was smart, I could get some free books. And
man, I like the way you think. Like, you come up with this scam to get some books.
Well, like they contacted me back. I don't know who I wrote to. I just wrote to the House of the Temple email, and it was funny too, because I wrote stupid shit for my name. I wrote like Satan or something and 666 or something, and like but then I wrote this huge thing about the dog days of Sirius, and how they equated to the 5 Egyptian gods and the demon days, and that, you know, how the star Sirius C represented the sixth epigomonal day, which is the 366th day of the calendar, you know, the leap year day, and that they had a 32nd degree Mason call me from Grand Rapids. You know, it was a major city that's nearby, because I always lived in a small town in the country besides when I lived in Battle Creek. I mean, I have lived in Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo, but, you know, but anyways, so this 32nd degree Mason, who was told by the I don't know if they were told by the Supreme Council or if they were just told by someone at the scholarship department of the House of the Temple in DC. But like the guy came, it was like an 84-year-old dude who fucking had like a brand new Cadillac and was like, you know, wearing really expensive clothes and shit. And he came, you know, because I like, you know, Battle Creek is a shithole, you know, Grand Rapids. I used to live in Wyoming in Grand Rapids, and it was shithole. You know, I'm not some kind of rich person or anything, but like, so some, like rich dude from like East GR who was a 32nd degree, and East GR is like the rich people part, but it's like he was a 32nd degree Mason. He came to me with a 3-page, it was a 3-page, damn it, I'm pretty stoned. It was a 3-page contract which talked about masonry, and then it had signatures at the end and stuff. But it wasn't like the regular lodge contracts. It was with blue embroidering and gold leaflet on the paper. It was really fancy. And, you know, because I have got friends who are Masons, and they showed me their contracts for their lodges, and it was nothing like theirs. It was extremely expensive. Like whoever paid to print that contract was paying big money to print that contract. It was just the most expensive piece of paper I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god.
It looked like it was real gold, whatchamacallit, you know, around the blue edges or whatever. But anyways, so you know, the 30.
But going back to this stuff, like when you're going through all this, let me ask a question real quick. When you're going through all this, like, is this a positive experience? Is this enlightening you? Do you look back and see it like this is how I gain my awareness and stuff like that? Like, do you look fondly upon this stuff?
I've always kept it to the books. I was pretty stoned, and this dude just came out of nowhere from fucking GR. You know, he pulls up, and he's just like, he lays it all out. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He just says, I'm here from the House of the Temple of the Scottish Rite. You know, I'm representing the Grand Rapids thing, and like I'm a 32nd degree, you know, whatever. And like he handed me the contract and then said, you know, he said, you've been given an opportunity to have a scholarship at the House of the Temple and an honorary membership at the House of the Temple, but you have to go through all of the degrees first. And then he said that I would, quote unquote, be ushered through the degrees with haste, you know, and then you know, and then he told me to take the contract to the local Blue Lodge, and that's where I would begin. You know, that's exactly. And then, you know, he said honorary scholarship to DC, you know, to the House of the Temple, and honorary membership. You know, it was like 14 years ago. And like, you know, he was very sincere. He didn't answer any of my questions, and he left. And I was like, what the fuck? And like, it was really weird because my ex, somehow she wasn't there when it all happened. She was, I don't know where she was, but you know, she
were
was.
You hypnotized?
No, it was well, I debated what you know, what I should do. Like, it's like I have a chance to get free school, you know what I mean, like to be somebody with money or something, you know, because I talked about politics, of possibly getting into politics. And I think that, I don't know what exactly made them, you know, because I also told them about my family lineage and stuff. And like, you know, it was just this huge elaborate thing, you know, that I emailed just hoping for free books. Like, you know, because, you know, I was just hoping that I could obtain some knowledge and fucking, and then they offered that just because they were impressed, I think, probably by the calendar thing, and that like it was really, I purposely, when I went to the Blue Lodge and showed them the stuff, they were all cool, and I already somehow knew some of the members or whatever, but like they were
you already knew some of the members. How's that possible?
Well, I just wasn't aware. I knew the people, but then noticed that they were members just by, you know what I mean, like I didn't know they were before, but then there
are people in your town that you're like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't really shocked or anything, because the lower degrees aren't really anything. But I mean, they are 4 degrees of the three first ones are blood oaths, but the fourth one is like I guess that's kind of, it's complicated. I don't want to dig it. That's a long story, but anyways, it was hard to debate whether I should go to do this thing or not, to take this scholarship. It was like, because it was money on the table. It was like money.
Did you do it?
Well, no, I couldn't, because I was trying to, argue in court for jurisdiction over my kid and stuff. But like,
that saved you.
Well, at the same time, what I was getting back to though, when I was in the lodge, because I took the tour of the lodge, and the guy, he was the Tyler of the lodge, which is the symbol of the West, the symbol of the setting sun, which is the blazing sword, and that he said, I know all the symbols and stuff, right, of the lodge, and I know all the symbols and passwords and stuff, and like some of them it'd be hard to recollect, but like I asked him specific terms and symbols which I purposely looked up beforehand. Before I went to the lodge, I looked them up to make sure that I was accurate, so I remember which symbol was which, and so then I could directly ask the initiate, the Tyler, Tiler, to ask him these questions to see if the oath, if they had to lie to a non-initiate. I wanted to see if they had to lie, because what from my understanding is that if you ask an inner core question, they have to lie. And so I tested him, but meanwhile he was testing me, because I already knew he was testing me, and that it was a test about, because he ended the conversation asking if I believed in God, because see, that's one of the premises. But anyways, so I was already testing him, asking him questions, and he was directly lying to me about the meanings of the symbols. He flat out lied, 10 times. Every question I asked, he lied about.
What was like the weirdest of the lies?
Well, they were just basic lies. Like I asked him what the G meant, or like tell him on the radio, I'll hit him back when I'm done. I asked him what the G meant, and he directly lied about it, and like, because the G has to do with gnosis or geometry, and that
gematria.
No, well, just geometry in general, like because of Pythagoras in the 47th problem of Euclid, which I can relate that to. That has to do with biblical stuff, but I won't get into that.
Well, the symbol just means plumb level square.
Well, to Freemasons it means Isis, Horus, and Osiris. If you're talking about the triangle.
Yeah, I'm talking about the square and the compass and the G.
Oh, well, the G in some of the oldest terms. Well, some of the oldest terms, the G meant asp, like ASP, like as a species of serpent, and that but it also goes to the Greek D, which is delta, which is the delta was a isosceles triangle. And that the delta in Egyptian for Isis, the hieroglyph, the center hieroglyph is the same symbol, because Isis is the delta of the river, the birth. See the scarlet mother. And it's like it's like the symbolism of ancient Egypt goes on to the biblical terms, because according to the narrative, Jesus was quote unquote the Scarlet King. But yet Isis, the demon, the demon whore, basically was the Scarlet Queen. She was the opposite. And because they called the 5 days of Horus, or of Isis and Osiris, those 5 days with Nephis and the other ones, those were called in Egyptian demon days, because they were associated with demons. I mean, that's flat out what it meant. And they were associated with the dog star Sirius and death. You know, death in the summer. You know, because when that dog star was out, that was when the sun was hitting hot and everything was dying. And fucking like, you know, that's, you know, it's hard to explain, but that relates to the old alchemy where, you know, it's like the star Sirius, all the in modern Illuminism, in modern Illuminati, which is modern Masonry, the highest peaks, the Great White Lodge is on the star Sirius. Every secret society at the top core belief, it goes to the star Sirius.
All right, Clint. We gotta wrap up soon, buddy. So
let me
go ahead and finish your thought. But
in the book of Revelations, it goes to the Astaroth, which is also Astarte, but Astaroth was the dogs of Astaroth, because Astaroth was the dog star, and the dogs were its initiates. You see, and that the book of Revelations warns of these dogs. It says, "For without our dogs." And when you break down the Greek, the dogs, you'll find that Greek word denotes to this secret society that worship the dog star. And that is what the Illuminati is. And that's what took over Masonry and destroyed Christianity.
Damn, that was great, man. But I do have to, we are well past the 4 hour and 20-minute mark. Going long tonight. I thank everybody for joining us. I definitely thank you guys for staying on with me. But we're going to go ahead and wrap up the show. We're just going to go round robin like we usually do and just let everybody just kind of say what they want to say, hop up on that podium, jump up on that soapbox, and give some final words for the night. Take as much time as you would like. Let's go ahead and start with Al. What do you have to say to the End of Days radio audience out there?
Just be excellent to each other and have a better day than you imagine.
Alrighty. Appreciate that, Al. You have a good night, my friend.
Happy.
Alrighty. Next, let's go ahead and hit up Dr. Robert. You still there, buddy? Paging Dr. Robert.
Yeah, I'm here, man. What's going on? I'm good.
We're just giving our final words for the night and plugging whatever we'd like to plug and say whatever we'd like to say.
All right. First, I got a message for Elon Musk. And you know what that's for. And
well, I still got beef with he owes me for that financial what's that called, the class action lawsuit.
Oh man, you can't stand that guy. That guy's something else, man. Well, what I really want to say basically, man, is just start thinking for yourself, man. Do your research. Don't make decisions when you're hyper emotional or angry. Kind of let yourself calm down. And with the whole Gaza thing, I suggested everybody actually research the history behind the whole conflict. It'll give you a better context of what's really going on here. Because the loss of life is bad, but I mean, the Israelis aren't really all that innocent. And I think you guys should really research what's been going on over there in Gaza from start to finish, from the beginning of the conflict. And then, it's better to have all the information than only base your decisions off little snippets of information that are inaccurate or twisted for other people's agenda. It's very simple. Just go to Google, type in things, and a lot of stuff will come up on it again. Show my girl ALC some love. She's doing some good things out there, and she's starting to, she made one video I really like, man, where she sets the expectations. And she kind of explains to people, the inside game, it's quid pro quo. It's something for something. So sometimes she has to she gets two very poor choices between two very fucked up options, but I mean she gives a vote for something that's fucked up to get something good in return that outweighs the shit that's fucked up basically. And check out her website, man, to see if she's doing a lot of good things. And like I said before, like, can definitely support like Clint Eastwood, Dan, Raven Kiefer, Subconscious Realms, General Lee, Jin and Ninja, and a host of others, man. Because these are, like I said before, like, these are deprogramming shows, man. And we need to get as much information out as we can to save humanity. I mean, look, man, we're on the precipice of World War III, man. We better get our shit together. Our humanity is doomed. Trust me on this one. That's about it. Love you guys. Thanks, Danny, man. And sorry for going on the tangent with the C word, man. I kind of lost my head.
No worries. I love every second of it, buddy. I will talk to you offline.
No worries, man. Can you send me the show again? Like, text it to me, man, because I learned how to like do the video thing. But let's talk about it, man, through text.
All right, sounds good. Absolutely, buddy. I will talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye. Catch you later, Clint. It was good hearing you control the mic, man. You got some good shit.
Word, thanks.
Sound like you smoking some good shit, too. We got to smoke. Catch you later, man. Peace.
Later.
All right, and that brings us to the man of the hour himself. Let's head over to Clint Aestwood. What would you like to say to the End of Days radio audience out there? In finality, what words of wisdom would you like to spread to the masses?
I would say that the conspiracy is so deep, and it's like that letter. That letter was supposedly in the William Cooper and Jordan Maxwell both attest that the letter from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini was in the British Museum and that they've seen it in person, and that letter has been whitewashed off the internet, and that the proof of that letter is detrimental to, technically the guy who was he wrote Proofs of a Conspiracy, John J. Robinson. He was an Oxford or something scholar, but he delved into the same conspiracy with Albert Pike and so on. But this conspiracy, it's like the X-Files says, trust no one. And that's not talking about your common man or anything. That's talking about ideas like communism and socialism and democracy. Like, these are tools of the Illuminati, which are used to they use the masses with these tools, and then the richest people in the world get even richer off from these tools. And that Giuseppe Mazzini was the head of the Illuminati, and the Illuminati is an acronym, or the mafia is an acronym, to where Mazzini represents the first letter of the families. And that these families were working for the Pope, who is also the God King ruler, ruling in the name of the quote unquote vicar of Christ, because in the Greek terms, the Pope is the Antichrist. The religion is, it's like to copy, to be like, and it's copying this other religion, and that they've turned this religion that was once to help the common person, and they've turned it into something where these people are ego tripping and they're not helping anybody. They're just walking around judging people, and fucking, they're all being tools of the deception. It's like we're in the age of light, the age of deception. Read Nesta Webster's books, Nesta Webster, and you'll see a British, early 1900s reporter who was delving into the Illuminati conspiracy more than anyone you'll ever see in modern times, and that the conspiracy is documented of the socialist Nazis, because Nazi means National Social, the socialists and the communists being created by the secret societies to create this world government to enslave the world and to make the people worship a certain religion. And it's fucked up. It's crazy. It's dangerous. It's like if people don't wake up to the deception, then we're all fucked. I'd say that pretty much sums it up pretty well.
All right. I love it. Thank you, Clint, man. It's been a pleasure. You really kicked it into high gear at the end there, and I really appreciate that. That was mind blowing all the way around, and you sound great tonight. Did you get a new microphone or something?
It might just be closer to my mouth, or I'd be yelling into it, possibly.
I guess, but you sound great, is what I'm trying to say. But I will. Hey, thanks once again for coming on, man. That was deep. We got to flesh that out a little bit more in the future.
The conspiracy is real. Like the people that are initiates, they'll hide it from their own family. It doesn't matter how good of friends you are with them; they'll keep the secrets. You know, everything's a secret. They're in it. They have a secret religion. You know, the real religion isn't even written in the books. That's why it's called the secret doctrine. You know, because it's not written down. It's only in the symbols, and that's how they. You know, they're pulling a fast one on us because this thing that they're practicing is evil, and it's pitting man against man. It's what created the Nazis, and it's what created the gulags in Russia. You know what I mean? Like, it created the racism of the South with the KKK and the fucking it's like the Spanish Illuminati walk in the streets to this day in a full garment of different colored, like, Klan looking uniforms, and they march in the streets with their torches because the Illuminati came from Spain and is a tool of the Vatican, and fucking, they're like an ancient force, an army, a priesthood army that is, turned us against ourselves through our own ancient wisdom, which was called alchemy, but and it was a wisdom of psychology and understanding, but they've turned it against us with the subtle hypnotic suggestion and peer pressure tactics, and all this psychological warfare is all it stems from the alchemy.
Excellent. Well, thanks once again, Clint, for coming on. I hope to talk to you soon offline, and hopefully see you next week.
Weird. Later.
Peace. All right. That was great. Hey, great guest. Great show all around. Man, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you to Clint. Thank you to Dr. Robert. Thank you to Al. Thank you to our guest, William Ramsey. Check out his books on Amazon. Go to his website. Please learn more about the Order of Nine Angles. Pretty spooky stuff, right? There is quite a bit of stuff going on in the world. We touched on it quite a bit. But I don't want to go too long. We've already gone 4.5 hours. And this show does not have commercials. We have one break in the middle, but we've been on for quite a while. But there is a little bit of stuff I did want to talk about. I wanted to talk about the live show. I love how many people listen to this show. Like, when this show is released, a lot of people listen live. A lot of people listen later on YouTube, or they watch later on YouTube. A lot of people watch on BitChute. A lot of people listen to the podcast on Apple Podcasts or Google Play Store or Spotify. There's a million different places you can get this show, right? In audio or visual form. Including the 24-hour live stream. If you go to endofdaysradio.com or you use the TuneIn Radio app and search End of Days Radio, you can even listen to the 24/7 stream on Spotify as well if you search End of Days Radio as a station or channel on there. Which is great because we pick up a lot of international listeners that way. A lot of people listening from all across the globe, including Africa and Germany There's a lot of fans of End of Days Radio in England, all across the world, especially England's English-speaking countries seem to get a kick out of our specific mix of great guests and comedy and talk radio, politics, Halloween mayhem, whatever we're trying to do here. But I need more people to listen live because that's what it's all about. Because when you listen live, you can participate on the show, right? You can actually give live feedback to what we're saying and what others are saying. That's what makes it good. So we have a lot more people getting in on the live show, and it's becoming more and more fun every week. But if you are somebody that just kind of likes to listen, why not give it a try? Like you're scared, right? You're intimidated because you're thinking, for me to put myself out there, I could get hurt because what if I feel rejected? What if I feel like the people don't love me? But that's not how it works. If you have something to say, come on here and join the conversation. I love when people get in on the live show. It makes it better for everybody. And we're not a cult. We're not Scientology. We're not Masonry. We're not the Boy Scouts. We're not the Mormons. We're not the Catholics. We're just a show. We're just a bunch of friends having fun, hanging out and learning about those ancient mysteries. It's no big deal. But I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out there. You know, I'm always asking people to donate to the show. But if you can't donate, why not donate some of your time and hop on with us once in a while? I would love to see more interaction. Something that's growing every week when we do this live show. But I just want to push it even more and more because the best thing this show has ever done was decide to do the show live, right? That's what it's really all about, live radio, live interactive radio. And without that component, there's no point in doing it live. We do it live, right? So if you are a fan of End of Days Radio, or if you are somebody that used to call on this show, but you haven't in a while, hey, give me a call. Well, you know what I mean anyways. Go to YouTube, subscribe to End of Days Radio on YouTube, put a notification for live shows for End of Days Radio on YouTube, and hang out for the live show Fridays 3, 4. The schedule's on endofdaysradio.com. Speaking of donations, always need those donations. I mean, hey, I want to build a studio, and how much cooler would the show be if I had live guests in studio and live bands and things like that? And for me to do that, and for me to actually make this show into some kind of radio career, if you'd even call it that, I need those donations. I'll never charge you for the show. It's always going to be free because that's what I believe in. I think that terrestrial radio, in terms of a free show anybody can tune into anytime, I think that's the way to do it. If you'd like to advertise on the show, that would be cool. We definitely could use some advertisers, but we're not going to like go behind a paywall or force you to pay money or anything like that. This is probably one of the best podcast / online radio shows out there. I'm not going to cut my audience down to a 10th just because I want to milk them of their hard-earned money. If you want to pay, that's great. Help me out. I do need it, but I'm not going to force you to. Sports. Then we can end the show, finally. And I only say that. It's been a great time, of course, and a great show, but I only say that because we're running long and I'm tired. It seems that the Broncos are not doing very well this year. Things are falling apart. Russell Wilson is having issues. Coach Payton is having issues. They're at each other's throats. Jerry Jeudy is having issues. That's the latest. Things are being said. insults are being thrown around. There's talk of Russell Wilson moving to the Cowboys. There's talk of Hackett doing great lately, and huge celebrations on that side of things at the Jets. But what the hell happened? We beat them in the Super Bowl, and they saw Russell Wilson, and they thought, "Oh my God, he's the greatest of all time," and they just had that in their minds, and they didn't pay attention to what was going on here before they traded for him. And now we have like 8 good players or something like that because of them. Talk about adding insult to injury. That's the worst thing that could ever happen to those guys over there. Moving on from the NFL, I want to talk about pro wrestling. Edge, or Adam Copeland, has debuted in AEW. I'm pumped for it. I think that's great. He's always been one of those more attitude era feeling type of guys, right? Like when he comes back, you feel like you're watching somebody larger than life, somebody from your childhood. He's probably one of the last of the old guys that can really draw. Smart move by Tony Khan to swipe up Adam Copeland, especially in loss of the recent CM Punk, who was probably their biggest star or biggest draw, so to speak. Maybe comparative to those two would be Bryan Danielson. But very refreshing to see that. Everybody's wondering if we'll see a different side of him, if he'll team up with Christian again. When I was a kid, Edge and Christian were so cool. They do the thing where people take their pictures and they'd insult the local sports team, and they would make fun of the Seahawks back when the Seahawks kind of stunk, and that was hilarious. I mean, they would get booed so hard, but it was the best ever. And they were great wrestlers. They had those huge feuds with the Hardy Boys. They were in those 3-way table and chair matches and stuff like that. That stuff was absolutely the shit. At least I remember as a kid. And he's done a lot of stuff. Like he was in the Vikings TV show, where he was getting mad because he found a well and he was guarding its carcass and just like chopping off chunks of meat and going crazy guarding his well. And he wasn't a bad actor either. He was pretty good. So good to see him up to that. Hockey's back. Hockey fans out there, people that love violence, Canadians, and all the American hockey fans and hockey fans in Norway and Scandinavia and Russia, places where hockey is popular, they're rejoicing. Hockey is back. I'm excited. We've had a hockey team for this is the third year. I've watched the first 2 seasons quite a bit, and hockey's a wonderful sport. I'm not somebody that could say that they grew up watching it. I'm new to it, like most people around here probably, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's very fast paced. It's a great. I don't know if I'd call it a replacement, but it's helping tame the pain that we all experienced losing the Seattle Supersonics, which was very disheartening. They're still trying to get some kind of basketball team going on here to this day. But that's pretty much it. I kind of went through that quickly. Other than that, we do have a fantastic guest next week. We will be talking to a guest that is basically going to explain that whole thing you can do where you become a free man, where you go through a legal process to become a sovereign citizen. It's called the Sovereign Citizens Movement. Not that he's necessarily part of that, but he knows about that process, and he's going to actually teach us how to do it. This is a very exciting guest to procure. This is big stuff. We could get in trouble for this. Literally. We could come under all kinds of targeting and harassment. So join me here live. That's next week that's the 20th at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we'll do it live. And then join us on the 27th as well. We have a very special surprise guest planned. We're going to be doing a ritual that night. A Halloween ritual under the stars. Well, actually, we'll be right here. If anybody wants to take their smartphone and point at the sky or something like that, they're more than welcome to. But we will be having a special ritual night here live on End of Days Radio. We will be tapping in to the forces of nature, and we're going to get together and we're going to just bless our success and prosperity for the coming year. And it's going to be a great time. I'll see you here. I'll see you here. Same End of Days time, same End of Days channel. I am Daniel, signing out from those broken ruins and wishing everybody a good night.